Chapter 2657. Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial and the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate, had died in Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. He had died in the hands of Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If news of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion in Nine Spectres County. However, due to the interference of Lu Fenggu's subordinate, Elder Hong, only Elder Hong, Duan Lingtian, Lu Fenggu, and Qin Yu knew about what had happened outside the main hall of the city governor's estate. Qianer, did you see that? Master has avenged you. After killing Zhou Tong, Lu Fenggu became agitated. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the 9 Spectres County's county city as he muttered to himself. City governor. Although Duan Lingtian did not want to disturb Lu Fenggu, he had no choice but to speak up. Why didn't I sense any trace of the floating image, celestial talisman, when you killed Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn immediately. Although Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu in consideration of Lu Fenggu's value in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Tianji might make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. Perhaps if Duan Lingtian interceded on Lu Fenggu's behalf, Tianji would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu for the time being. However, as time went on, it was hard to say. After all, he could not stay in 9 Spectres County and protect Lu Fenggu forever. He doesn't have the floating image, celestial talisman on him. Don't worry. Lu Fenggu regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's anxious words. He shook his head and replied to Duan Lingtian, "He doesn't have the floating image, celestial talisman on him?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Qin Yu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, said to Duan Lingtian, "The floating image immortal talisman can easily block the power of the talisman. Generally speaking, those who can kill Zhou Tong are great overarching golden celestials. Therefore, it's meaningless to place the floating image, celestial talisman on him. Perhaps your current cultivation base is not that of a great overarching golden celestial, but the attack you can cast is not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. In fact, it's even stronger than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. This can be seen from how you were able to defeat and imprison Zhou Tong. Didn't you intercept Zhou Tong's immortal message talisman? You could even intercept his immortal message talisman. This means that it would be easy for you to intercept the floating image immortal talisman." Qin, you finished speaking in a single breath. "I see. I thought he had a floating image immortal talisman on him, but I didn't notice it." Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Qin Yu's words. Bang! At the same time, Lu Fenggu raised his hand and destroyed Zhou Tong's corpse, leaving only a spatial ring lying on the ground. Lu Fenggu raised his hand, and an invisible force pulled the spatial ring over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the spatial ring without any hesitation. He knew that there was no point in being courteous. Given Lu Fenggu's character, he would never take Zhou Tong's spatial ring for himself. In his opinion, the spatial ring belonged to him, Duan Lingtian. That was the truth. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony. "Come in and have a seat." After destroying Zhou Tong's corpse, Lu Fenggu invited Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He even invited Duan Lingtian to the main seat. However, Duan Lingtian did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on the lower side of the main seat. Qin Yu followed suit and sat next to Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Lu Fenggu sat opposite Duan Lingtian on the other side of the main seat. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was not a great overarching golden celestial yet. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, Lu Fenggu did not dare to be careless in front of such a person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had just avenged him. As soon as Lu Fenggu sat down, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, had returned. After he entered the main hall, he appeared behind Lu Fenggu and stood quietly, guarding him. Duan Lingtian, you really gave me a big surprise. After Elder Hong returned, Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian for a long time before he finally spoke. It took me 2 years. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, City Lord. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of Qinyu, Lu Fenggu, and Elder Hong's mouths twitched uncontrollably. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, they could not help but roll their eyes. A heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for half a year had killed a great overarching golden celestial in just 2 years. If news of this spread out, the entire spirit overarching heaven would be shaken. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned it, it was as though it was not worth mentioning at all. They could not help but roll their eyes. Duan Lingtian, you don't know this. Half a year ago, Lord City Lord was still worried about your safety. He was afraid you'd die in Zhou Tong's hands before you could grow stronger. Elder Hong sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought you would return from the county city of 9 Spectres County with Zhou Tong, who was severely injured by you? You even helped Lord City, Lord kill Zhou Tong to avenge young Master Qian. Die in Zhou Tong's hands? Duan Lingtian was stunned again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about what had happened half a year ago from Lu Fenggu. Could it be that Zhou Tong knew that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? So he deliberately came to the Bloody Spectre City and went to the Silver Dragon Army. However, that Zhou Tong was truly ruthless. In order to spread the news that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, he actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally knew how Zhou Tong knew that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Furthermore, there was another matter that shocked him even more. Because of this, Zhou Tong actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon Army. Zhou Tong has always been vicious and merciless. It's only because you're stronger than him. If you weren't, you would have likely been under his control. Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He deeply agreed with Lu Fenggu's words. Elder Hong, you can withdraw first. I have some words that I wish to speak with Duan Lingtian alone. Although Lu Fenggu's words were directed at Elder Hong, his eyes were trained on Qinyu, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Yes, Lord City Governor. Elder Hong acknowledged Lu Fenggu's words and withdrew. Lord City Governor, Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave as well. Qinyu tactfully withdrew from the Great Hall. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu were left in the Great Hall. Whoosh! Lu Fenggu moved like the wind and rose from his seat in just a blink of an eye. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Lord City Governor, you! Duan Lingtian was so shocked by Lu Fenggu that he rose to his feet. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Lu Fenggu straightened his back and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. City Lord, there's no need for you to thank me. This is a deal we made 2 years ago. You gave me the best cultivation environment in Bloody Spectre City and gave me the best cultivation resources in return for killing Zhou Tong. We don't owe each other anything. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I know that you and I had a deal before. However, this deal, to a certain extent, caused you to suffer a great loss. Lu Fenggu shook his head. There's nothing to lose. Since I agreed to the deal you proposed, it means that I was tempted by the conditions you offered. Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. No matter what, I still have to say thank you. Lu Fenggu said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I promised to tell you the clues about the celestial fire I encountered all those years ago after you helped me kill Zhou Tong and avenge my direct disciple. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to repay you. Lu Fenggu mentioned the celestial fire that he had mentioned to Duan Lingtian before. This time, Duan Lingtian did not deny Lu Fenggu's words. His eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. 2 years ago, he had heard about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. He knew the celestial fire was extraordinary. It was not as simple as a primitive celestial fire. Now, I'll tell you where I found the celestial fire. It's located in a remote area. Logically speaking, it's impossible for anyone to find it. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian before he added, "Naturally, we can't rule out the possibility that someone has discovered that place. You have to be mentally prepared, so you won't be surprised when you discover it." "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned the location of the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. It was located in another direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to go there, he would have to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County first. "City Governor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." After learning about the location of the celestial fire, Duan Lingtian did not want to stay in Bloody Spectre City any longer. He was eager to find the celestial fire. It was as though he was afraid someone would beat him to it. "All right," Lu Fenggu nodded. He could understand how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. However, before Duan Lingtian left, he still warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Chapter 2658. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Lu Fenggu's attitude toward him. Even the way Lu Fenggu addressed him had changed. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason for such a change. It must be because his current strength was on par with a great overarching golden celestial now. In Lu Fenggu's eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. "Duan Lingtian, why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's rare for you to come back. Aren't you going to stay for a few more days?" Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian curiously after they left Bloody Spectre City. He felt Duan Lingtian was in too much of a hurry. The martial competition of the 16 counties will be held in King Qin's mansion in a year's time. In the following year, I'd like to spend more time cultivating. Duan Lingtian did not mention the celestial fire to Qin Yu. He simply made up an excuse and said he was in a hurry to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to cultivate. Martial competition of the 16 counties. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly and said, "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. However, with your current strength, who's going to be a match for you in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, one of the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties is that the participants can't be more than 100 years old, let alone the entire King Qin's mansion. I don't think anyone under the age of 100 is a match for you in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, right?" Qin Yu said. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not reached the level of a great overarching golden celestial, but his strength was on par with an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Even Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, who was a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a soul defense high-grade immortal artifact, which allowed him to be unafraid of the soul attack of a Zenith Heaven golden immortal. Because of this, it also meant that Duan Lingtian had a strength that was not weaker than a golden immortal, and it was enough to crush almost all the existences at the golden immortal level. Even in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, they had never heard of such a thing before. Who could break through to the great overarching golden celestial stage before the age of 100? Nothing is absolute. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian realized the flaw in his excuse and quickly tried to remedy it. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Until the end, who can be sure that there won't be someone who is better than me in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Once Duan Lingtian said those words, Qin Yu immediately grew silent. Even so, he still felt that it was unlikely for such a person to exist. However, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he did not dare to be 100% certain until the end. There would not be anyone stronger than Duan Lingtian in the martial competition of the 16 counties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu successfully returned to the county city of Nine Spectres County after dealing with the two groups of people who tried to stop them. On the other hand, those two groups of ignorant people had become dead souls under Duan Lingtian's sword. Qin Yu, I still have some matters to attend to. You can return to the county governor's mansion first. After returning to the county city, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu could react, Duan Lingtian had already disappeared from Qin Yu's sight. Although Qin Yu did not know why Duan Lingtian left, he could tell that Duan Lingtian did not want him to follow him. Therefore, he tactfully returned to the county governor's mansion alone to cultivate in the stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. Now that Zhou Fei is dead, his cultivation stone room is mine. After returning to the county governor's mansion, Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei's stone chamber was second only to Duan Lingtian's. I heard that revered elder Zhou Tong died not long after Zhou Fei died. Is this true? Isn't revered elder Zhou Tong a great overarching golden celestial? Qin Yu heard a surprised voice on his way back to the latent dragon abyss after he entered the county governor's mansion. He turned around and saw 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispering to each other as they walked side by side. It seems like the county governor's mansion already knows about Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. However, this is normal. After all, they must have stored soul pearls in the county governor's mansion. The county governor must have Zhou Tong's soul pearl as well. If Zhou Tong's soul pearl breaks, the county governor will know immediately. Qin Yu thought to himself, revered elder Zhou Tong has died? Who did you hear this from? It seems like revered elder Zhou Tong has died. The 2 elders from the county governor's mansion accidentally leaked the news when they were talking. If revered elder Zhou Tong has really died, it means the person who killed him must be a great overarching golden celestial. There are only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the 9 Spectres County. Apart from revered elder Zhou Tong, there's only Lord County Governor. That person is definitely not from the 9 Spectres County. I just don't know why he killed revered elder Zhou Tong. The 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispered to each other as they walked. Their voices gradually became softer as they walked further away from Qin Yu. Not from the 9 Spectres County? Qin Yu smiled faintly. If the 3 guards were to find out that revered elder Zhou Tong had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion, Lord County Governor, have you found out who killed revered elder Zhou Tong? Zhang Qiu asked in a hushed voice as he looked at Tianjiu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. The other elders standing next to Zhang Qiu turned to look at Tianjiu. They wanted to know if the county governor of the 9 Spectres County had found out who killed their number 1 revered elder Zhou Tong. No. Tianjiu shook his head. Tianjiu shook his head with a dark expression on his face. The person who killed revered elder Zhou Tong is clearly much stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to send a communication celestial talisman back. The only thing we're certain of is that revered elder Zhou Tong was killed not long after Zhou Fei's death. Even if they weren't killed by the same person, they must have been killed by the same group of people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Tianjiu continued to speak. Zhang Qiu and the other elders nodded in agreement upon hearing Tianjiu's words. Indeed, it was impossible for it to be so coincidental. Zhou Tong's foster son had died not long ago, and his foster father had died as well. Their deaths must be closely related to each other. Lord County Governor. At this moment, one of the elders looked at Tianjiu and said, "We don't know when revered elder Zhou Tong left the county governor's mansion. However, I did find out that when Zhou Fei left the county governor's mansion, there were 2 people in the latent dragon abyss who had left the county governor's mansion before him." "Who?" Tianjiu asked in a deep voice. "Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu." The inner house elder continued. Tianjiu laughed when he heard the elder's words. "What? Are you trying to say that revered elder Zhou Tong and revered elder Zhou Fei's deaths have something to do with them? I'm not sure about that. I just think it's a coincidence." Coincidentally, Zhou Fei and Duan Lingtian had a feud. The elder continued to speak. Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, but elder Zhou Tong had already made up his mind to groom Duan Lingtian 1.5 years ago so that Duan Lingtian would shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion a year later. Even if Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, he didn't have the strength or the courage to provoke Duan Lingtian. Tianjiu said nonchalantly. As for Qin Yu, although he came from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between him and Zhou Fei. Moreover, with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Zhou Fei. Tianjiu continued to speak. However, other than the 2 of them, I really don't know how to investigate this matter. The inner mansion elder smiled wryly. As he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed and he carefully asked, "Lord Prefectural Governor, should we investigate them?" "It's useless to investigate them. There's no need for that," Tianjiu said as he shook his head. Naturally, the reason Tianjiu made such a decision was because Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's only hope. Duan Lingtian was his hope of obtaining the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. He did not want to disturb Duan Lingtian because of this matter. Otherwise, even if he did not suspect Duan Lingtian had anything to do with Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths, he would still investigate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had brushed past the county governor's estate's investigation into Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. In his opinion, even if the county governor's estate investigated him, they would not be able to find anything. Since the Silverworm army in Bloody Spectre City was almost annihilated by Zhou Tong, the only people who could confirm his identity were Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, and Qin Yu. He believed the 3 of them would not betray him. Moreover, even if the 3 of them betrayed him, they would not be able to provide any evidence to prove he was capable of killing Zhou Tong. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, could confirm he was the one who killed Zhou Tong, Tianjiu would not make things difficult for him before the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion ended. As for whether Tianjiu would still be able to make things difficult for him after the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, that was another matter. In the opposite direction of 9 Spectres County's Bloody Spectre City, there was a vast mountain range about 100,000 miles away from the Bloody Spectre City. Standing in the air above the mountain range, one could only see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. If City Governor Lu didn't tell me the exact location of the celestial fire, even if I knew it was here, with my current divine consciousness, I wouldn't be able to find it even if I searched for dozens or hundreds of years, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 2659. With Governor Lu's reminder, it won't be difficult for me to locate the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked in a certain direction. At the same time, an excited expression flashed across the depths of his eyes, appearing exceptionally conspicuous. "It's over there." Duan Lingtian followed the direction Lu Fenggu had told him and arrived at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air and circled around the foot of the mountain. Finally, he stopped at the east side of the mountain. The concealment formation set up by Governor Liu is still here. This means no one has come here since he discovered this place. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he extended his divine consciousness and looked at the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his body moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward the dense forest that his eyes were locked on. When his body came into contact with the dense forest, he was not obstructed at all. In fact, it was as though he knew how to pass through walls. He passed through the dense forest without leaving any traces behind. It was as though the dense forest had swallowed him whole. The dense forest was still the same. From the outside, one would not be able to see any changes. The dense forest was created by the concealment formation Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left behind. Duan Lingtian, who had seen through the concealment formation, could pass through it as though he was walking through air. After passing through the dense forest that was transformed from the concealment formation, Duan Lingtian entered a cave at the foot of the mountain. Everything that entered his eyes was pitch black, and the place he stepped on was filled with potholes. There were also many puddles with a foul stench. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian circulated his celestial origin energy, he seemed to have transformed into a dazzling sun that illuminated the entire cave. Bang! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a palm seal formed from his celestial origin energy shot out and landed on the wall of the cave. Boom! Boom! Rumble! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on one side of the cave wall, the wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep passageway that led to an unknown destination. It was like a mysterious giant beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for food to come to it. According to City Governor Liu, this passage leads to the depths of the ground. I can see the celestial fire in the depths of the ground. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered the passage. Immediately, the originally pitch-black passageway became brighter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an extra-large luminous pearl that could illuminate the darkness. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any obstacles as he walked along the passage. After all, the celestial fire was not placed there by someone. Therefore, there were no tests left behind. Duan Lingtian walked down the passage. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the end of the passage. We're here. Looking at the dusky light at the end of the tunnel, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. They were like two bright stars in the night sky, incomparably gorgeous. Duan Lingtian had heard from the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, that the city lord of Bloody Spectre City had told him about the Blood Spectre City. The immortal fire here was gray in color. As for whether it was a celestial fire that could be used to refine pills or forge weapons, he was not sure. Bang! Seeing the gray flames at the end of the tunnel and realizing that he had arrived at his destination, Duan Lingtian suddenly exerted force in his legs and stomped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the tunnel under his feet. After leaving the passage, Duan Lingtian found himself in a huge cave. In this spacious cavern, there were all sorts of crushed stones suspended in the air by a mysterious force. Moreover, these crushed stones were of different sizes. The small ones were only the size of a grain of rice, while the big ones were the size of a bed. The crushed stones that were the size of a grain of rice were more like a grain of sand. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as soon as he entered the cavern. This place was like a world of flying sand and stones. That's a celestial fire. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze pierced through the flying sand and stones in the cavern and landed on a ball of gray flame that was suspended in the air in the middle of the cavern. As soon as his gaze landed on it, it was difficult for him to look away. This was Duan Lingtian's first time seeing a flame of this color. The gray flame hovered in the air like the core of the entire cave. The sand and rocks in the cave also revolved around it, forming a cycle that could be followed. Moreover, at this moment, when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the gray flame, it was as though his gaze had sunk into a quagmire. There seemed to be an inexplicable attraction on the gray flame that caused Duan Lingtian's consciousness to sink into it, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. It was not until the defective metal piece beside Duan Lingtian's soul shone brightly and shrouded his soul that he finally regained his senses in shock. His gaze also left the gray flame. This celestial fire is really strange. After he shifted his gaze away from the gray flame, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. Earlier, if the defective metal piece on the side of his soul had not shone brightly, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Perhaps he would never be able to extricate himself from the gray flame. Before I came here, I didn't hear from City Governor Liu that the celestial fire can trap one's consciousness, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was precisely because Lu Fenggu had not mentioned this to him that he was caught off guard when he looked at the celestial fire. As a result, he was unable to extricate himself from it. I don't think City Governor Liu knew this would happen. Perhaps it's because my soul isn't strong enough that I'm in danger of being trapped in the celestial fire. After all, my soul is only at the level of a yellow sun golden celestial, far from City Governor Liu's level when he first discovered the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian trusted Lu Fenggu's character. For this reason, he did not suspect Lu Fenggu had intentionally concealed this matter from him. Instead, he guessed it had something to do with his soul. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. Indeed, the reason he was in such a predicament was because his soul was too weak. According to City Governor Liu, if one tries to get close to the celestial fire, they'll definitely be attacked by the sand and rocks in the cave. At that time, City Governor Liu had no choice but to return empty-handed because he couldn't break through the sand and rocks. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the sand and rocks that surrounded the gray, celestial fire. The sand and pebbles circled the celestial fire in an orderly manner, forming a cycle that could be followed. It was like a guardian deity that was guarding the celestial fire dutifully. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold without any warning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. With just a thought, he activated the Devata artifact, the seven orifices exquisite sword, and formed a dazzling seven-colored sword formation. As soon as the seven-colored sword formation appeared, it shrouded Duan Lingtian and brought him toward the gray, celestial fire at an extremely fast speed. With the celestial fire in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He used all his strength to obtain the celestial fire. Before he left Bloody Spectre City, he had asked Lu Fenggu about the method to obtain the celestial fire. For this reason, Lu Fenggu had given him a memory celestial talisman that contained information about the method to obtain the celestial fire. In order to obtain the celestial fire, apart from suppressing it with one's attacks, one must also communicate with it with one's divine consciousness. When the celestial fire is completely suppressed, one must communicate with it using one's divine consciousness to tame it. After all, it doesn't have complete intelligence. It's still unenlightened. When Duan Lingtian controlled the seven-color sword formation, he seemed to have transformed into a ghost as he charged toward the gray flame. This was the celestial fire that Duan Lingtian had come for. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian charged toward the gray, celestial fire with the seven-colored sword formation, the sand and pebbles that were circling the seven-colored sword formation suddenly became restless. The sand that filled the sky bore the brunt of the impact. It was as though it had transformed into a sandstorm that swept towards Duan Lingtian. The sandstorm obstructed Duan Lingtian's vision. All he could see was the sand and pebbles. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense a powerful attack coming from the sandstorm. It was so powerful that it was comparable to Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County, when he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 While Duan Lingtian was being attacked by the sandstorm, a deafening sound rang in the air. Initially, Duan Lingtian could only hear the sound. However, after a while he could clearly see the sandstorm. In the sandstorm in front of him, he could vaguely see pieces of rocks, big and small, like meteorites falling from space, whizzing toward him together with the sandstorm. Their speed was even faster than the sandstorm. This attack is even more powerful than Zhou Tong's attack. Chapter 2660. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored sword ray that was flying with Duan Lingtian was the first to collide with a pile of meteorite-like rocks that were flying toward them. The commotion was so great that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Boom! Rumble! Waves of rolling air waves accompanied by powerful shock waves swept out and slammed into the surroundings of the cave, causing the entire cave to shake as if a violent earthquake had occurred. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded by the seven-colored sword ray, was also shaken to the point his body trembled violently. He felt his internal organs churning as a sweet taste rose from the depths of his throat. Barf! Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently a few more times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian felt the vital energy and blood in his body churning and was about to spit out another mouthful of blood, the force of the sandstorm that was formed from the flying sand that filled the sky had arrived as well. It merged with the force of the rocks and whistled over once again. Boom! 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 Another series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. This time, the seven-colored sword formation around Duan Lingtian's body dimmed from the impact. Moreover, the sword formation's radiance dimmed even more as the two forces continued to collide with each other. Bang! 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 As the sword array dimmed, Duan Lingtian's body was hit again and again. It was as though he had turned into a drum that was constantly being beaten. Barf! Barf! Blood gushed out of Duan Lingtian's mouth as though it was free. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body that was supporting the seven-colored sword formation was being depleted at an alarming rate. However, despite the rapid depletion of his celestial origin energy, the two forces that were attacking him were even more powerful. They continued to break down Duan Lingtian's defenses. Based on the situation, it would not take long before the forces completely destroyed Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword array and landed on Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian's injuries were worsening. In the end, his consciousness began to blur. He could only rely on his steel-like will to maintain his consciousness as he numbly mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body that was dwindling. Although Duan Lingtian had been using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to rapidly absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings and convert it into celestial origin energy, he could not keep up with the celestial origin energy at all. Don't tell me, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, he felt completely disheartened. After all, even if he had unleashed his full strength and used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he still could not block the two forces that were attacking him. The combined force of the two forces was so powerful that it was beyond what he could endure. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so careless. According to City Governor Liu, he was trying to slowly obtain the celestial fire when he was in the cavern. During that process, the blows he received became greater and greater. In the end, he felt that he was powerless and powerless, so he chose to give up. A bitter expression could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about this. Lu Feng Gu had clearly told him this before, but he did not pay much attention to it. He only wanted to use his full strength to resist the power protecting the celestial fire and obtain it as soon as possible. Now he realized he had been careless. The price of carelessness was death. Moreover, he was getting closer and closer to death. What kind of celestial fire is this? If it's just a low-grade celestial fire, no matter how rare and special it is, with my current strength, it's easy for me to obtain it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized the gray flame was not as simple as it seemed. He was certain that it was not just a primitive celestial fire. It was impossible for the gray flame to be a primitive celestial fire. The force protecting the primitive celestial fire was not strong enough to force him to such a state. Don't tell me I, Duan Lingtian, will have to pay for my carelessness and die here today? When the last bit of celestial origin energy in his body was depleted, Duan Lingtian felt a destructive force surging toward him. Despair and regret filled his heart. He regretted his carelessness. If God gave him a second chance, he would be as careful as Lu Feng Gu had been in the past. Duan Lingtian, although you're not any weaker than an ordinary, great overarching golden celestial, I hope you'll know your limits when you reach that place. If you can't, you can wait until you've become stronger before you try to obtain the celestial fire. He still remembered Lu Feng Gu's words before he left Bloody Spectre City. However, he did not take it to heart at that time. He thought it would be easy for him to obtain the celestial fire since he possessed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial and could even defeat Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He did not expect he would fail miserably at such a crucial moment. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the force of the flying sand and pebbles shrouded Duan Lingtian's body like a flash flood. He did not even have time to think before he lost consciousness. At the instant Duan Lingtian lost consciousness, the force of the flying sand and pebbles destroyed his robe before it landed on his naked body. It was as though it was going to blast him into pieces. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Whoosh! A faint mystic light rose from Duan Lingtian's body. The force of the flying sand and pebbles seemed to have encountered an indestructible barrier and gradually dissipated. In the end, the force of the flying sand and pebbles dissipated. Duan Lingtian, who was completely naked and unconscious, should have fallen to the ground. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded in a mysterious mystic light, stood there with his eyes closed. He turned his body slightly to face the gray flame hovering in the middle of the cave. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air could be heard as a piece of metal that seemed to be badly damaged appeared above Duan Lingtian, who was still standing with the support of the profound light that was shrouding him. A layer of mystic light shone from the incomplete piece of metal. It was similar to the mystic light that rose from Duan Lingtian's body when he was unconscious. Clearly, Duan Lingtian's current condition had something to do with the incomplete piece of metal. If Duan Lingtian was still awake and saw this scene, he would surely go pale with fright. Wasn't this incomplete piece of metal the one that had been guarding his soul ever since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? He had brought the incomplete piece of metal from the mundane realm. Its origin was mysterious. Moreover, it was a fusion of two items. One of them was the jade token given to him by Xiajia, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land. The other item was the strange stone he had found near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, on Cloud Continent. Chaos Divine Flame. I didn't expect to meet an old friend like you here. A loud and vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the cave. It seemed to come from all directions, like a sudden clap of thunder. When the voice resonated in the air, the profound light on the defective metal piece above the unconscious Duan Lingtian's head began to shine brighter and brighter. When the loud and energetic voice finally stopped, the mystic light finally returned to normal. Profound divine metal. As an old voice resonated in the air, the gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern suddenly soared. The gray flame illuminated the entire cavern, causing Duan Ling Tian's figure to appear indistinctly. This was because Duan Ling Tian was currently unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the two voices that suddenly resounded in the cave came from the incomplete metal piece and the ball of gray flames. It seemed like the two of them were communicating with words. Moreover, it's a profound divine metal in its second form. Is this young man your host? The gray flame, which was called the primal chaos divine flame, by the incomplete metal piece soared. The old and aged voice that had sounded earlier also sounded once again. The voice filled the entire cave. That's right. The broken metal piece known as the profound divine gold radiated with a raging light. The loud and energetic voice that had sounded before rang out once again. If both of us didn't enter our second form, we wouldn't have been able to awaken and communicate with each other. What do you think? Are you interested in serving the same master as me? The profound divine metal asked again. Its voice was filled with temptation. Without waiting for the chaos divine flame's reply, Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, before you transformed into your second form, you must have found a host as well. However, that host was unable to withstand your second form, and his body was incinerated by you." That's right. The chaos divine flame sighed. Ordinary celestials can't control my second form. Even your host's body can't do it. His current body isn't strong enough to control you in your second form. However, don't forget he still has me. The profound divine metal said, "My consciousness can't be awakened for too long. It's up to you. If you're willing to serve the same master as me, I'll use my body to contain and restrain you so you won't burn his body to ashes." The profound divine metal continued to speak with a hint of urgency in its voice. Chapter 2661. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, your consciousness won't be awakened for long. Are you going to stay here and wait for the next host to appear?" The profound divine metal continued to speak. "Let's not talk about how long you'll have to wait for the next suitable host. Even if you manage to wait until the next host arrives, are you sure you won't be devoured and assimilated by the other hosts of the chaos divine flame? Once you are devoured and assimilated, your consciousness will be replaced by the consciousness of the other primal chaos divine flames. You might even be annihilated completely. Is that what you want to see? I know the chaos divine flame is arrogant and doesn't want to serve the same host as the other 5 divine elements. However, is the profound divine metal not arrogant as well? If I'm not worried I'll be devoured and assimilated by the other profound divine metal hosts, do you think I'll persuade you to serve the same host as me? As long as the two of us serve the same host, we won't have to worry about being devoured and assimilated by the third form profound divine metal or the third form chaos divine flame hosts. In fact, we can easily devour and assimilate the second form profound divine metal and the second form chaos divine flame. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer as it spoke. Think about it yourself. My consciousness is about to fall asleep. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer before it finally disappeared. After that, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duan Lingtian's head dimmed before it turned into a streak of light and entered Duan Lingtian's body. In the next moment, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duan Lingtian's body gradually faded away. Bang! After the profound divine metal withdrew its profound divine metal, Duan Lingtian, who was unconscious, fell to the ground with a dull thud. After Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, the gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern rose and rose a few times before it let out a long sigh. Forget it. It has a point. As soon as the old voice fell, The gray flame in the middle of the cavern turned into a streak of gray lightning and shot toward Duan Lingtian, who was unconscious on the ground before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. For a time, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the cavern. As for the sand and pebbles in the cave, they disappeared as soon as the gray flame, the chaos divine flame, entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though they were never there in the first place. The cavern was silent. Time passed. About a day and a night later, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, finally stirred. Ugh! In his half-asleep state, Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness. Although it was a little blurry, he could not help but feel excited. I'm not dead? I'm not dead? However, when he opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, his expression changed. So, I'm dreaming! A bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when his expression changed. His heart was filled with disappointment. The reason he felt like he was dreaming was because, when he woke up, apart from the fact that he was still in the cavern, he also noticed that the sand and pebbles in the cavern had disappeared. In particular, the gray flame was nowhere to be seen. He could clearly remember. Before he lost consciousness, he could not resist the power of the sand and pebbles no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he was shrouded by the power of the sand and pebbles. As for what happened after that, he couldn't remember. However, he felt like he was going to die at that time, now that he had regained consciousness and thought he was still alive. He realized the gray flame was gone. The sand and pebbles were gone as well. What did this mean? Other than that he was dreaming, it did not seem to mean anything else. Just when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming and felt a little disappointed, he suddenly sensed something. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. This was because he could clearly feel that his soul was burning. His soul suddenly felt like it was being burned, as if it was being refined by flames. This is... When Duan Lingtian looked inside his body, he could not help but be stunned. He could clearly see that, on the side of his soul, wisps of gray flames were constantly emitting from the dimly lit, defective metal piece. Although the flames were small, they contained a destructive aura that seemed to be able to burn and destroy everything. In addition, the wisps of gray flames that emerged from the incomplete metal piece and the aura that was inadvertently revealed by the flames gave him a very familiar feeling. This aura, isn't it from the gray, celestial fire from before? While Duan Lingtian's emotions surged, he could not help but gasp. At this moment, he was 100% certain. The gray flame that was emitting from the defective metal piece that was hovering on the side of his soul was no different from the celestial fire he wanted to obtain before he fainted. The ball of flame in this cave is gone, and now the same flame has emerged from this damaged piece of metal on the side of my soul. Is this not a dream? Am I really not dead? But if I didn't die, why would that ball of flame be in that defective piece of metal? Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his heart. In his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian extended his hand towards his cheek. Although the distance between Duan Lingtian's hand and his cheek was very close, at this moment, it seemed very far away to Duan Lingtian. His hand trembled as it moved closer to his cheek. 10 breaths had passed, but he still had not touched his cheek. If someone were to look at Duan Lingtian's hand, they would be able to see that his hand was trembling. Duan Lingtian's hand was trembling, and it was trembling violently. If this isn't a dream, then everyone's happy. However, if this is a dream, then am I really dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not dare to face the truth. He was worried he was really dreaming. Gasp! In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his trembling hand suddenly tensed up. He directly extended his hand to the side of his cheek and pinched it. Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up as a hint of nervousness appeared in his eyes when he felt the pain on his face. He raised an eyebrow as a smile of joy appeared on his face. It was as though he had just survived a calamity. The pain on his face seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. This isn't a dream. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. After confirming he was not dead, Duan Lingtian was as excited as a child. The word ecstatic was not enough to describe how he felt at this moment. This feeling of surviving a calamity made him feel as if he had been reborn once again. Approximately 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian's excited mood gradually calmed down. I thought I was going to die and lost consciousness. When I woke up, the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece on the side of my soul. The celestial fire that was protecting the celestial fire had also disappeared. I'm certain I didn't take the celestial fire. At that time, it was difficult for me to even protect myself, let alone take the celestial fire. However, I'm not dead. The celestial fire is indeed in the defective metal piece. After calming down, Duan Lingtian became unusually calm. After a while, he came to a conclusion. The defective metal piece had something to do with his survival and the appearance of the celestial fire in his body. What's this defective metal piece? Although Duan Lingtian knew the defective metal piece on the side of his soul that could be used as a soul defense celestial weapon was not ordinary, he did not know what it was or what it could be used for apart from protecting his soul. And today, he discovered the use of this defective piece of iron. It could be used to take the celestial fire. Furthermore, in the process of collecting the immortal fire, it seemed to be able to protect him and save his life when the power of the immortal fire was about to kill him. You. What are you? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely concentrated on the defective metal piece. The damaged metal piece had once again displayed its mysteries before him. The defective metal piece is the result of the fusion of that strange stone and the jade token given to me by Ku-Er's third uncle, Xiajia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. I brought it from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. After I brought it to the Devata realm, it stayed by my soul to protect my soul. Back then, when Xiajia gave me that jade slip, he only said that the jade slip was very extraordinary. As for its origin, he didn't know. The strangest thing is that after I brought the jade token to my hometown in the mundane realm, the mortal continent's cloud continent, it actually guided me to Fresh Breeze Town, the place where I reincarnated into this life. I found that strange stone near Fresh Breeze Town. Then, the strange stone merged with the jade token given to me by Xiajia and turned into this mysterious defective metal piece. What's the origin of the jade token given to me by Xiajia? And that stone, why is it near Fresh Breeze Town? Is it a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, right? Duan Lingtian discovered the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. His confusion seemed endless. Chapter 2662. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. At the very least, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece is beneficial to me. If it wasn't for it, I might have been dead. Duan Lingtian thought about it for a long time until his head was about to explode. However, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he decided to stop thinking about it. No matter what, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece was a good thing, not a bad thing. However, although the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece, I don't know if I can use it. After Duan Lingtian shifted his attention away from the defective metal piece, he shifted his attention to the gray flame on the defective metal piece. At this moment, he only thought it was a celestial fire used to refine weapons or pills. After taking another deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece according to the method of using the celestial fire that the celestial talisman had taught him. However, he discovered that he had successfully extracted a portion of the gray flame. Why is there only a portion? Duan Lingtian tried his best to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece. However, after a few tries, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. He could use the celestial fire technique freely. As for the remaining gray flames, he could not use them at all. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. After trying for another half an hour, Duan Lingtian realized he could only use a small portion of the gray flame on the defective metal piece. He finally gave up. I wonder if this small portion of gray flame that I've extracted can be used to refine pills or refine weapons. For the time being, I can't tell if the characteristics of this gray flame are suitable for refining pills or forging weapons. With all these questions in mind, Duan Lingtian left the cave and reappeared at the foot of the mountain along the path he came from. Let's return to the county city first. Duan Lingtian's first thought was to return to the county city of 9 specters, county to search for the medicinal herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He wanted to see if he could successfully refine the spirit-nourishing pill with the gray flame. The spirit-nourishing pill was an ordinary primitive celestial pill, and its recipe was widely available. Anyone who wanted the recipe could easily obtain it. As for the herbs needed to refine the spirit-nourishing pill, they were only ordinary herbs. Naturally, the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms were the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. The mundane realms might not necessarily have ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. I'll have to stay here for another year. When Duan Lingtian returned to the county city of the 9 specters county, he looked around in a daze. The martial competition of the 16 counties to King Qin's King Qin. Before that, he would go to King Qin's mansion with the other golden celestials under the age of 100 who had been recruited by the county governor of 9 specters county. However, once he arrived at King Qin's mansion, he did not plan to return. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the 9 specters county could not compare to King Qin's mansion. He would be able to raise his cultivation base at a much faster rate in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to obtain higher-grade cultivation methods, such as profound-grade cultivation methods. I should look for a medicinal herb shop and buy some herbs first. Duan Lingtian recalled the time he had spent with Qin Yu in the county city of 9 specters county. He arrived at a relatively large medicinal herb shop in the county city of 9 specters county and walked in. "Sir, how may I help you?" Duan Lingtian had only just walked in when an attendant came over to greet him, and he respectfully led Duan Lingtian in. "Give me a batch of herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill." Duan Lingtian glanced at the attendant and said indifferently, "How many herbs do you want?" The manservant's eyes suddenly lit up. Usually, people who came to buy medicinal herbs would simply buy a certain type of medicinal herb or some other type of medicinal herb. They would use the most primitive method to absorb the medicinal efficacy of that medicinal herb or those medicinal herbs. People who came to the county city of 9 specters county to buy herbs were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After all, only celestial alchemists were capable of refining pills. In the entire 9 specters county, let alone the county city of 9 specters county, the only celestial alchemists who were known to be primitive celestial alchemists were the county governor's mansion and one of the clans in the county city. There were 2 primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion. The other clan had 1 primitive celestial alchemist. At this moment, the attendant was certain the purple-clad young man before him was from the latter's clan. After all, if the primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion needed herbs, all they had to do was send someone from the county governor's mansion to the county governor's mansion. There was no need for the primitive celestial alchemists to make a trip to the county governor's mansion. "I'll take as many as you have." Faced with the attendant's question, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly before he finally said this. After all, this was his first time refining pills since he came to the Devata realms. Moreover, he did not know if the gray flame he could control would be enough for him to successfully refine pills. It was better to prepare as many herbs as he could. With his current wealth, it would not be difficult for him to buy all the herbs he needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Gasp! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, The attendant standing in front of him could not help but gasp in shock. Then he asked Duan Ling Tian in shock, "Sir, is what you said true?" Although the store was not the largest store in the county city of 9 Specters County, it was not small either. Moreover, the ingredients required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were not something ordinary people could afford. "Of course, I'm serious. Go and prepare the herbs," Duan Ling Tian said impatiently when he heard the attendant's question. "Humph, how arrogant." Just when the attendant saw that Duan Ling Tian was getting impatient and was about to get the medicinal materials, a cold snort accompanied by a sneer sounded from outside the medicine store. It was getting closer and closer. A young man with a medium build dressed in brocade robes walked into the county city of 9 Specters County slowly. Behind the young man in embroidered clothes was an expressionless old man. "Young Master Liu." The attendant's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the newcomer. Apart from the county governor's estate, Liu Zwilin was the only son of the current clan leader of the Liu clan in 9 Specters County who had a primitive celestial alchemist. Liu Zwilin was one of the few prominent clans in 9 Specters County. "I want 10 sets of herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill," Liu Zwilin said indifferently. He did not even look at Duan Ling Tian from the beginning until the end as he looked at the page boy. "Young Master Liu." Upon hearing Liu Zwilin's words, the attendant smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "The herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, have been bought by this customer. He must be from the Liu clan as well, right?" Up until now, the attendant still thought Duan Ling Tian was from the Liu clan. After all, apart from the county governor's estate, the Liu clan was the only clan in 9 Specters County that had a primitive celestial alchemist. "You, how dare you pretend to be from the Liu clan?" As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Liu Zwilin looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly, as though he had transformed into a venomous snake that would pounce on Duan Ling Tian at any moment. The Liu clan. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by Liu Zwilin's words. He said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I've never heard of it." After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian ignored the anger in Liu Zwilin's eyes as he looked at the attendant and said impatiently, "Why aren't you going to prepare the herbs? If you're not going to prepare the herbs, I'll go to another shop. You're not the only shop in the county city of 9 Specters County that has the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill." At this moment, if the attendant still could not tell the purple-clad young man was not from the Liu clan, he might as well bang his head against a wall and commit suicide. "I'm sorry, customer. I'll go right away," the attendant replied to Duan Ling Tian as he looked at Liu Zwilin and said apologetically, "Young Master Liu, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. This customer didn't say he's from the Liu clan. I thought he was from the Liu clan when I saw he wanted to buy the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill." After he finished speaking, the attendant hurriedly went to the warehouse at the back of the shop to prepare the herbs that Duan Ling Tian had requested. "Young Master Liu, I'm sorry. The herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in our shop have already been reserved by this customer. Please look elsewhere." The attendant left these words before he entered the warehouse at the back of the shop. In the attendant's opinion, Liu Zwilin's status was extraordinary. However, their shop was backed by a powerful family that was on par with the Liu clan in 9 Specters County. Hence, they were not afraid of the Liu clan. To him, making money was the most important thing. Liu Zwilin only wanted 10 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian wanted all the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. There were more than 300 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had come first. Liu Zwilin had his own choice of business. Swoosh! Liu Zwilin's expression darkened when he heard the attendant's words. Although the attendant was like an aunt to him, the attendant was still a shop owner. However, the manservant was still a staff member of this medicinal herb store, and the backer of this medicinal herb store was not someone he could easily provoke. For this reason, as long as the attendant did not intentionally offend him, he would not dare to do anything to him. After all, one had to look at the owner before beating the dog. Brat, you said you've never heard of the Liu clan? Chapter 2663. From the moment Lu Zuolin entered, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him briefly before he stopped looking at him. Even when Lu Zuolin used the Liu clan to threaten him, he still turned a deaf ear to him. Although Duan Lingtian had not met the Liu clan in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about it. It was one of the most powerful clans in the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was on par with the Zheng clan, the clan that supported Zheng Qiu. In fact, due to Zheng Qiu, the Zheng clan was even more powerful than the Liu clan. Let alone the Liu clan, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Zheng clan at all. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zuolin, who thought he could do whatever he wanted with the Liu clan behind him, was like a clown who was not worth mentioning at all. For this reason, he did not even bother to look at Lu Zuolin. You, how dare you ignore me? Lu Zuolin was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. Celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. Lu Zuolin could no longer hold himself back and was about to attack Duan Lingtian. May I know who you are? The expressionless old man behind Lu Zuolin stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Zuolin, preventing Lu Zuolin from making a move. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the expression on the old man's face finally changed. His expression was slightly solemn. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Although he did not know much about the purple-clad young man, since the purple-clad young man was here to buy the herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, it meant the purple-clad young man was supported by at least one primitive celestial alchemist. In fact, the purple-clad young man might even be a celestial alchemist himself. Naturally, the old man felt the purple-clad young man was supported by a celestial alchemist. Based on the aura the purple-clad young man was emitting with his divine consciousness, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not more than 100 years old. He had never heard of anyone becoming a celestial alchemist before the age of 100. He had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years old. He would believe it if someone under the age of 100 was able to obtain the celestial fire. However, if one wanted to successfully refine medicinal pills and become a celestial alchemist, it would take a long time and a long time to settle down, even though it was not difficult after obtaining the celestial fire. After all, alchemy techniques and alchemy experience took a long time to become proficient and accumulate. Of course, he also knew in his heart, although he had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old, it did not mean there were no primitive celestial alchemists younger than 100 years old. All he knew was that there were no inferior alchemists under the age of 100 in the Duke of Qin's manor. Someone you can't afford to offend. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the old man and said, when Lu Zuolin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian had sensed Lu Zuolin's killing intent. He did not expect Lu Zuolin would be stopped by the old man before he could make a move. Duan Lingtian was rather surprised by this. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer the old man's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the old man's grave expression and shifted his gaze to the inside of the medicinal herb shop. Over there, the attendant had just come out with a spatial ring. Dear customer, the medicinal herbs you requested are inside. There are 373 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit condensing pill. In our shop, one set of ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill is usually sold for one high-grade immortal stone. Since you've bought so many at once, we'll charge you 370 prominent celestial stones. The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully as he spoke. Ever since he found out the purple-clad young man was not from the Lu clan, he knew the celestial alchemist behind the purple-clad young man was not one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists from the Lu clan and the county governor's estate. Celestial alchemists from outside the county city of Nine Spectres County were either traveling or had business in the county. Regardless of the reason, Lu Zhuolin's clan could not afford to offend such a person. 370 prominent celestial stones. Are you able to afford it? Lu Zhuolin looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He's someone you can't afford to offend. It was as though he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to afford so many prominent celestial stones. 370 prominent celestial stones. That was not a small number. Even in the Lu clan, apart from a few high-ranking officials, not many people could afford to pay so many prominent celestial stones. Here are 400 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed a spatial ring to the attendant. Then he said indifferently, "Keep the remaining prominent celestial stones for yourself. I'm very satisfied with your hospitality." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Zhuolin and the old man standing in front of him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The moment the manservant heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened as he took the spatial ring. This was his first time encountering such a generous guest. That was 30 prominent celestial stones. That's right. After confirming the number of prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring, the attendant handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he glanced inside and nodded. "Do you know where I can buy a cauldron used to refine pills?" After keeping the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian asked the attendant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the attendant, Lu Zhuolin, and the old man standing next to Lu Zhuolin could not help but twitch their mouths. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to buy a cauldron? "Sir, you're not planning to refine pills yourself, right?" The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief before he added, "Or is it because the celestial alchemist behind you doesn't have a cauldron with him? Do you want to buy one for him?" "I'll refine pills myself," Duan Lingtian said. "Just tell me if you know where I can find a cauldron. If you don't, I'll look for one myself." I know. Faced with this generous customer who had given him 30 prominent celestial stones as a tip, the attendant, naturally, told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the places that sold cauldrons. Apart from that, he also told Duan Lingtian about the place closest to his store that sold cauldrons. "Thank you." After finding out where to buy cauldrons, Duan Lingtian greeted the attendant and left the medicinal materials store. Humph! After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Zhuolin glanced at the attendant coldly before he left the store with the old man. "Uncle Li, why don't we do something? Although this fellow has a lot of prominent celestial stones, he doesn't seem old. He isn't that old, which means that his cultivation base isn't that high." Lu Zhuolin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the old man standing next to him. "He's not even 100 years old." The old man replied, "Not even 100 years old." Although Lu Zhuolin could sense Duan Lingtian's young age, he could not confirm the Duan Lingtian's exact age. Now that he heard the old man saying Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he became excited. "Young master, although he's not even 100 years old, based on the 400 prominent celestial stones he casually took out, it's obvious he has an extraordinary background. Moreover, based on his aura, it's obvious he's not an ordinary person." The old man said hesitantly, "Won't it be too risky for us to make a move on him?" Although the old man had followed Lu Zhuolin to do this kind of business many times in the past, he was not confident. But this time he felt unsure of himself. The purple-clad young man gave him a feeling that he was not to be trifled with. "Don't worry." Lu Zhuolin gave the old man a reassuring look. "Don't forget, we've never failed before." On the other side, Duan Ling Tian passed through the main roads and headed towards the store that sold cauldrons that the attendant in the medicinal materials store told him about. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as though he had sensed something. His eyes narrowed into slits as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. They're following me. What are they trying to do? Duan Ling Tian, who originally intended to speed up, did not speed up. Instead, he walked into a small alley. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost at the same time as Duan Ling Tian entered the small alley, two figures appeared one after another by his side. They stared at him fiercely, like a tiger watching its prey. They were none other than Lu Zuolin and the old man next to him. What are you trying to do? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. He did not even look at Lu Zuolin and the old man when they appeared before him. Brat, you're unlucky to have met me today. Lu Zuolin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Ling Tian was still so calm. He said viciously, although I don't know where the celestial alchemist behind you came from, don't even think about leaving this place today. What, you want to keep me here? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Not only do we want to keep you here, but we also want to kill you. If there's a next life, remember this. Don't show off your wealth. Lu Zuolin sneered. As soon as Lu Zuolin finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he shouted, Uncle Li, do it! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as soon as Lu Zuolin's voice rang in the air. It was the old man standing behind Duan Ling Tian. As his body moved, he made his move at lightning speed. After an earth-shattering explosion, the palm prints that covered the sky and covered the earth were like black clouds pressing down on a city. They covered the sky and covered the sun as they enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the old man had made his move. Swoosh! 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 Chapter 2664. Boom! 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 The palm prints that covered the sky swept toward Duan Ling Tian and enveloped him. Almost at the same time as the sword rays whistled out of Duan Ling Tian's body, the palm prints landed on Duan Ling Tian and collided with the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering, loud noises reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out in all directions like the raging waves of the sea. It was as though beasts had awakened from their slumber and were pouncing on their prey. Whoosh! 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 The earth-shattering noises did not last long before they were covered and suppressed by the swift sword whistles. In the end, they seemed to have completely disappeared. How's this possible? In the distance, the old man who was addressed as Uncle Li by Lu Zuolin could not help but have a change of expression when he saw his full-strength attack was easily defeated by the sword ray that whistled out from the purple-clad young man's body. His originally cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. It was replaced with fear and remorse. If he still could not realize that he had kicked an iron plate, he would have lived for so many years in vain. You're seeking death. Duan Ling Tian's calm voice sounded in the air. However, when it entered the old man's ears, it was like the grim reaper's scythe. Horror dawned on the old man's face. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something. However, as soon as the old man opened his mouth, before he could open his mouth, the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into a sword formation that whistled out and enveloped the old man. A rain of blood fell from the sky and dyed the entire alley red. After killing the old man, the sword formation vanished into thin air with just a thought from Duan Ling Tian. It was as though it had never appeared before. Thud! Lu Zuolin, who had just regained his senses, fell to the ground with a pale face. His entire body trembled violently from fear as he looked at the blood on the ground in the alley. The thick smell of blood entered his nose, causing his lower body to turn cold. Lu Zuolin, who had fallen to the ground, was now sitting in a pool of urine. The thick smell of urine mixed with the thick smell of blood filled the entire alley in just a blink of an eye. Didn't you say you're not only keeping me alive, but you're going to kill me as well? Duan Lingtian looked disdainfully at Lu Zuelin, who was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. He said indifferently, "Now that your men are dead, it's your turn." You, when Lu Zuelin's Lu Zuelin looked at Lu, looked terrified. He looked at Lu's. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lu clan. My father is the clan leader of the Lu clan," Lu Zuelin said in a trembling voice. He even mentioned his father, the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. The Lu clan? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Lu Zuelin's words. "It seems like you're very confident in the Lu clan. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to return to the Lu clan." Lu Zuelin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're really going to let me return to the Lu clan?" Lu Zuelin's eyes glinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. "Not only will I let you return to the Lu clan, but I'll follow you back to the Lu clan as well," Duan Lingtian said. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lu Zuelin's expression changed drastically. He asked in a trembling voice, Who are you?" Although Lu Zuelin was a good-for-nothing, he was not hopelessly stupid. Not only did the purple-clad young man ask him to return to the Lu clan, but he even said he would follow him back to the Lu clan. It was obvious he was not afraid of the Lu clan. At this moment, he realized he had kicked an iron plate. Moreover, this iron plate did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. "If you don't want to return to the Lu clan, I don't mind sending you to hell to accompany that old man." Duan Lingtian's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Zuelin's question. Lu Zuelin was so frightened that his body trembled violently. He hastily stood up and ran out of the alley toward the Lu clan's residence. Many people turned to look at him as he ran. "Isn't that Lu Zuelin, the young master of the Lu clan? Why does he look so flustered? Did something happen? I don't know. However, why do I smell urine when he passed by me? Urine? Are you serious?" Wherever Lu Zuelin passed, the streets and alleys were filled with similar discussions. No one noticed that in the sky above Lu Zuelin's head, there was a purple figure following Lu Zuelin like a shadow. It followed Lu Zuelin all the way to the Lu family mansion before slowly descending from the sky. "Young master, what happened to you?" Outside the gate of the Lu family mansion, the guard saw Lu Zuelin's miserable appearance and smelled the strong urine smell coming from Lu Zuelin's body. They were stunned for a moment. This was their first time seeing their young master in such a wretched state. However, Lu Zuelin ignored the guards and entered the Lu clan's residence in a panic. He immediately went to look for his father, the clan leader of Lu clan. "I'll wait for you outside the Lu clan's main hall." Duan Lingtian sent Lu Zuelin a voice transmission while he was looking for his father in a panic. Lu Zuelin's heart trembled in fear. Who is he? Although Lu Zuelin was confident in the Lu clan in the past, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan at all. However, even though he was uncertain, he knew that he had no other choice now. As one of the 5 great clans in the county governor's estate, the Lu clan should have a lot of savings, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the main hall in the Lu clan's residence. It was as though he had his eyes on the Lu clan's wealth. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have gone through so much trouble to follow Lu Zuelin to the Lu clan's residence. About 15 minutes later, whoosh, whoosh, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared above the Lu clan's main hall, not far from Duan Lingtian. "Father, it's him." Duan Lingtian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard Lu Zuolin's voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Zuolin and a middle-aged man who resembled Lu Zuolin. Compared to Lu Zuolin, this middle-aged man was much calmer. "Sir, if my son has offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive him. If you're willing to spare my son's life, I, Lu Dongping, am willing to give you 1,000 prominent celestial stones. What do you think?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists humbly at Duan Lingtian. "Lu Dongping, you're the clan leader of the Lu clan?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "Yes." Lu Dongping nodded. "You're smarter than your son," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Lu Dongping meaningfully. "Thank you for the compliment." Lu Dongping smiled awkwardly. "If your son only wants my medicinal herbs and celestial stones and has no intention of taking my life, 1,000 prominent celestial stones is barely enough." Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuolin indifferently before his voice turned cold. "However, he wants to take my life. I have a bad habit. If someone wants to take my life, I'll take their life if I don't die. Clan leader Lu, do you think your son's life is only worth 1,000 prominent celestial stones?" Duan Lingtian asked as he shifted his gaze from Lu Zuolin to Lu Dongping. He stared at Lu Dongping intently. "Then, how many celestial stones do you want?" Lu Dongping's face twitched slightly when he said this. A hint of anger could be seen in the depths of his eyes, but he had been suppressing it. Although he did not know the background of this purple-clad young man, he knew his son's background. Based on his son's experience, he was certain the purple-clad young man either had an extraordinary background or was deliberately mystifying things. As the clan leader of the Lu clan, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he would rather believe the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. He had come alone because he wanted to take out some prominent celestial stones to settle the matter with his son. Although he could use force, he could still do it. However, he did not dare to take the risk. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If clan leader Lu can give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll spare your life. I can consider sparing his life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Lu Zuolin. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian had quoted the prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring of Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, the former revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. There were more than 50,000 prominent celestial stones in Zhou Tong's spatial ring. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Lu Zuolin was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Lu Dongping's expression changed drastically as well. "Sir, no matter what, Lu Dongping was the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 major clans in Nine Spectres County. Although he was not arrogant, he still had his pride. When he heard Duan Lingtian's exorbitant demand, he could no longer suppress his anger. "You're exorbitant." Lu Dongping glared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, 2,000 prominent celestial stones. I can only give you 2,000 prominent celestial stones at most. If you're unwilling, Lu Dongping paused for a moment and didn't continue. Chapter 2665. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, did not have that many prominent celestial stones. Even the entire Lu clan would not be able to take out so many prominent celestial stones at once, unless they sold some of their profitable properties. However, was that even possible? If I'm unwilling, what are you going to do? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face when he heard Lu Dongping's words and saw the threatening look in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian was smiling, Lu Dongping could not help but feel goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He felt that the purple-clad young man was not simple at all. "Sir, 3,000 prominent celestial stones. 3,000 prominent celestial stones are all the prominent celestial stones I can give you. I don't have any more than that." The more Lu Dongping thought about it, the more he felt Duan Lingtian was not simple. "Since you have no other choice, I'll have to take your son's life," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zuolin with killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Father!" Lu Zuolin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with killing intent. He hastily retreated behind Lu Dongping as though he was grasping at straws. "Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." "Sir, don't be so shameless." Although he was greatly disappointed by his son's performance, Duan Lingtian was his son after all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was his only son, so Lu Dongping wouldn't want anything to happen to his son no matter what. He glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and abruptly shouted out coldly, "Don't be so shameless." Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. After laughing for a while, Duan Lingtian withdrew his smile, and a murderous expression appeared on his face. "Patriarch Lu, if you don't want to get yourself and the Lu clan into trouble, I advise you to hand him over and not interfere in the enmity between me and him." "Humph!" Lu Dongping snorted coldly. Then he raised his hand and took out many jade slips. He infused them with his celestial origin energy and dispersed them in all directions. Immortal message talisman? Although the Duan Lingtian could easily block all of Lu Dongping's immortal message talismans, he did not do so because he felt that there was no need. "Looks like, Patriarch Lu, you want to drag your Lu clan down with your son." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Lu Dongping and said, "I thought that Patriarch Lu was a smart man. Now it seems that you're just a boorish man who protects his own. If I were you, I'd leave immediately and not stay here to argue. When the experts of my Lu clan arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you wanna." Lu Dongping said coldly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although he was the head of the Lu clan, his strength was not the strongest in the Lu clan. In the Lu clan, there were 3 supreme elders who were stronger than him. One of the supreme elders was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in the 9 Spectres County. He was so strong that he was ranked 3rd among all the inner court elders in the county governor's mansion. He was only 2nd to the 2 supreme elders. "Since Patriarch Lu is so confident in your Lu clan, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves to prevent me from leaving the Lu clan." Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Duan Lingtian smiled even more brightly. It was as though he had completely ignored the killing intent in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although the time they had to wait was very short, it felt like years to Lu Dongping and his son. "You unfilial son! Who did you offend?" Lu Dongping asked Lu Zuolin through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anger. "Father, I don't know who he is as well." Lu Zuolin replied with a bitter smile. Lu Zuolin's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said, "Why don't I tell Mother about this as well? Although the Pang clan is weak now, the old ancestor of the Pang clan is still the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he's also Mother's uncle. He dotes on her and treats her like his own daughter. If Mother asks him to help, I don't think he'll refuse, right?" Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up when he spoke. It was as though he had found a way to save his life. "Let's tell her. I hope the old ancestor from the Pang clan is willing to help. If he makes a move, to a certain extent he can even represent the county governor's mansion to pressure this unknown brat." Lu Dongping said through voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the fear in his eyes had lessened. Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Lu Zuolin raised his hand and shot out a communication celestial talisman as well. Duan Lingtian did not stop Lu Zuolin's communication celestial talisman. From the beginning until the end, he looked on coldly. It did not matter who the Lu father and son were looking for. He was not afraid at all. After a dozen breaths of time, swoosh, 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 accompanied by the swift sound of wind whistling, numerous figures were flying over from various directions around the Lu clan's main hall. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived near the Lu clan's main hall and appeared beside the Lu clan's clan head, Lu Dongping. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men among the people who had arrived. However, all of them were golden celestials or stronger. Clan leader, what's going on? Clan leader, who dares to cause trouble in our Lu clan? Although many of them were still questioning Lu Dongping, most of their gazes had already landed on Duan Lingtian. They stared at the Duan Lingtian with unfriendly gazes, as if they were looking at the Duan Lingtian as an enemy who had killed their son and stolen their wife. This is the person who not only killed Elder Lu Li, but also chased my son to the Lu clan's residence. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, Elder Lu Li was killed by him? Damn it. Kid, don't even think about leaving our Lu clan alive today. You must pay with your life for killing members of my Lu family. The group of people who had arrived were all elders of the Lu clan. They were all glaring at Duan Lingtian with righteous indignation, but none of them made a move. They are not stupid people. Since the person before them was able to survive until now, it meant that their Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, might not be able to do anything to the person before them. Moreover, it was naturally impossible for them, whose strength was inferior to Lu Pingdong, to take the initiative to charge forward, as that would be no different than courting death. In their opinion, if the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not have allowed Duan Lingtian to survive until now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 swift wind howls were heard. It was a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man with a medium build who rushed over from 2 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in the sky above the Lu clan's great hall. Supreme Elder! Greetings, Supreme Elder. Lu Dongping, the Lu clan's patriarch, led the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, and Lu Zwilin. Dongping, what's the matter? The white-haired old man, who was dressed in a long gray robe, looked at Lu Dongping and asked. Second uncle. Lu Dongping replied respectfully. It's like this. Following that, Lu Dongping recounted everything that had happened. He did not dare to conceal anything. At the same time, the members of the Lu clan who were present also knew that this was caused by Lu Dongping's only son, Lu Zwilin. Moreover, Lu Zwilin was to blame for this. All of them looked at Lu Zwilin with hostility in their eyes before they shifted their gazes away. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. If he doesn't have an extraordinary background, how could he have the confidence to stand here and wait for us to arrive? Now, even if the 2 Grand Supreme Elders came, I don't see him showing any signs of panic. Don't tell me he's not afraid of the 2 Supreme Elders? When the group of Lu clan's elders looked at Duan Lingtian again, the dread in their eyes deepened. Humph! The middle-aged Supreme Elder glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he snorted and said, I don't care who you are or where you're from. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its old haunts. This is the county city of 9 Spectres County. If you know what's good for you, leave now. What if I don't know what's good for me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Supreme Elder in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't know what's good for you? Then don't even think about leaving today. The expression of the Lu clan Supreme Elder sank, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Apart from being the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan, he was also a primitive celestial alchemist. Usually, even Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would have to address him as Celestial Alchemist Lu. After all, a primitive celestial alchemist could choose to perish together with a great overarching golden celestial. If a primitive celestial fire was ignited by a primitive celestial alchemist, a great overarching golden celestial like Tianji would die with a primitive celestial alchemist. For this reason, a primitive celestial alchemist like him was extremely arrogant. Is that so? As soon as the Supreme Elder finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Swoosh! 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 In the next moment, thousands of sword rays rose from Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a sword formation that swept toward the Supreme Elder of Lu Clan. Even if Duan Lingtian did not use the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, his attacks were still as swift as lightning. Those below the great overarching golden celestial stage would not be able to withstand his attacks. Spurt! 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 Chapter 2666. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Otherwise, he would not have died so quickly even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian killed the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan, who looked like a middle-aged man, he discovered something. The gray flame in the defective metal piece on the side of Duan Lingtian's soul suddenly surged out. Not only did the gray flame leave the defective metal piece, but it also transformed into a gray streak of light that was difficult to catch with the naked eye before it shot out of Duan Lingtian's soul and entered the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan. What is it trying to do? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to track the gray streak of light. In the next moment, he saw the gray streak of light. After the gray flame that came out of the damaged piece of metal entered the body of the middle-aged man, it devoured a wisp of light blue flame in the body of the Lu family's grand elder, making it a part of itself. Before the gray flame devoured the wisp of light blue flame, Duan Lingtian could see the wisp of light blue flame was about to dissipate. Is that a celestial fire? Could it be that the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan that I killed was the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Once a primitive celestial alchemist detonated his celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial would die if he was so close to him. It's a good thing I killed him with just one strike. If he had time to react, I would have died with him. Duan Lingtian rejoiced inwardly. While he was rejoicing, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light had disappeared. After devouring the immortal fire in the middle-aged man's body, the gray flame that leaped out of the incomplete piece of metal returned to its own body and returned to the incomplete piece of metal. What's going on? Logically speaking, once a celestial alchemist is killed, the celestial fire in his body should dissipate on its own. However, the celestial fire in my body seemed to have devoured it. I've never heard of a celestial fire devouring another person's celestial fire. It was precisely because he had never heard of it that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had no idea what had just happened, and he had no idea why the gray immortal fire in his body could devour other people's immortal fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. The gray flame in his body was not an immortal fire, but a divine fire that was above immortal fire. Moreover, it was the most powerful divine fire in the world, the primal chaos divine fire. Of course, although the primal chaos divine flame in his body was the primal chaos divine flame, it was only the second form. Compared to the perfect form, the ninth form of the primal chaos divine flame, it was simply not on the same level. Even so, the chaos divine flame in its second form was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Hiss! 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 Duan Lingtian was still shocked by the gray immortal fire in his body when a series of gasps rang in his ears. When the members of the Lu clan saw their supreme elder, a primitive celestial alchemist, being killed, they gasped when they regained their senses. Elder Lu Qing. He died just like that? Apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial like the clan leader. He was even stronger than the clan leader. However, he was killed by this purple-clad young man with just a strike. Even if the purple-clad young man launched a sneak attack, his strength is at least at the violet sun golden celestial level. Even in the Lu clan, there are only 2 violet sun golden celestials. The elders of the Lu clan were shocked by the death of their primitive celestial alchemist. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He killed Elder Lu Qing? Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who had followed him back to the Lu clan was capable of killing Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan. After all, apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial who was even stronger than his father. The fact that he killed Elder Lu Qing so easily means he's at least a violet sun golden celestial. How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. Lu Zuolin still remembered the words of Elder Lu Li, who had been by his side before. A violet sun golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? He could not believe such a person existed in a place like the 9 Spectres County. Why you? How dare you kill Elder Lu Qing? Why you? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, pointed at Duan Lingtian when he regained his senses. His body trembled violently from anger. Lu Qing was irreplaceable in the Lu clan. After all, Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist. Moreover, he was one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. Lu Qing's death was a devastating blow to the Lu clan's medicinal pills industry. Who the hell are you? The other supreme elder of the Lu clan, the gray-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. He no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Before Duan Lingtian could respond to the Lu clan supreme elder, a loud and vigorous voice exploded like a clap of thunder from afar. It spread far into the Lu clan's estate and, as expected, alerted everyone in the Lu clan. This voice, it sounds like Elder Lu Qian. Isn't Elder Lu Qian usually in the county governor's estate? Why did he suddenly return? Based on Elder Lu Qian's tone, it seems like someone dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Why would Elder Lu Qian come back to support the Lu clan? Lu Qian was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Lu clan. He was also the strongest supreme elder. He usually stayed in the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. He was also an inner court elder. Among the inner court elders in the county governor's estate, his strength was second only to 2 people. It's Elder Lu Qian. Elder Lu Qian is back. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders lit up when they heard Lu Qian's voice. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up as well. Lu Qian was his father's younger brother and also his uncle. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past in front of everyone's eyes, and a tall figure clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a light green robe. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky build. He looked very boorish, but his eyes shone with wisdom. It was a stark contrast to his boorish appearance. Elder Lu Qian. Greetings, Elder Lu Qian. After the green-clad, middle-aged man appeared, the Lu clan's elders bowed respectfully at him. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin was excited. Second brother, you're finally back. Lu Dongping sighed. The green-robed, middle-aged man, who was also the Lu clan supreme elder and the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate, Lu Qian, inadvertently looked at the corpse that was riddled with holes and lying on the roof of the Lu clan's audience hall. His eyes widened immediately. Lu Qing? After a while, Lu Qingkai came back to his senses in shock, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. Lu Qing was a primitive, celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. Lu Qing was also his childhood friend. They had a good relationship. In fact, Lu Qing was very close to him. A large part of the reason why Lu Qian was able to possess the strength he had today was because of Lu Qing. It was Lu Qing who did her best to provide him with bottle after bottle of pills, which allowed him to avoid many detours in his cultivation. For this reason, Lu Qing's position in his heart was even higher than his elder brother, Lu Dongping, the current clan leader of the Lu clan. Who did this? Lu Qian roared in anger. At the same time, he began to scan his surroundings before his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was the only unfamiliar face among the people present on the scene. "It's you!" Lu Qian glared at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's question. While Lu Qian was questioning Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as he looked to the east. Over there, two figures were walking through the air and coming over. One of them was a woman. Her face was filled with anxiety, and it could be seen that she was burning with impatience. The other person was an old man who was not very tall but had a strong build. The old man was dressed in a green robe. He had a head of golden hair, a curly beard, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He gave off an oppressive aura. It was also like a tiger, the king of beasts, patrolling its territory. Lin, are you all right?" The middle-aged woman cried out as soon as she arrived near the Lu clan's main hall. "Mother, I'm fine." Upon hearing the voice and seeing the middle-aged woman, Lu Zuolin waved his hand excitedly. After a while, the middle-aged woman and the old man arrived at the Lu clan's main hall. The middle-aged woman came to Lu Zuolin's side and sized him up. She sighed in relief when she was certain Lu Zuolin was fine. "Lin, who tried to kill you?" Chapter 2667. "Mother, it's him." Lu Zuolin immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian when he heard the woman's question. His eyes gleamed fiercely, like a docile puppy that had suddenly turned into a mad dog. He could not wait to pounce on Duan Lingtian and bite him. The woman was Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan. When she heard her son's words, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in her eyes. "Uncle." When Pang Yuan saw the old man who came with her, the anger on her face was replaced by a pitiful expression. "Elder Pang Bing." When Pang Yuan looked at the old man, Lu Qian also glanced at the old man and greeted him. This old man was the leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Among the inner mansion elders in Nine Spectres County, only this old man and Zhang Qiu were stronger than him. Lu Qian was not surprised by the appearance of the old man, since he knew his sister-in-law, Pang Yuan, was Pang Bing's niece. "Brat, you're the one who wants to kill my grandnephew." Although Pang Bing looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. "Elder Pang Bing." Duan Lingtian glanced at Pang Bing indifferently and said, "I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, the Pang clan will be dragged into this as well." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely, as though he was about to devour Pang Bing. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Qian addressing the old man as Elder Pang Bing, he knew who the old man was. The leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Pang Bing. This Pang Bing's strength was even stronger than the elder Zhang Qiu that he knew. Moreover, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. How boastful! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Pang Bing was first startled. and then he flew into a rage. His face flushed red, and he seemed to have turned into an angry tiger, glaring at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura rose from his body and swept towards Duan Lingtian. "Who are you?" "Lu Qian, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, who is also an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, like Pang Bing," asked Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. Pang Bing was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Earlier, he had already sent a voice transmission to his brother, Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, to understand the ins and outs of the matter. He knew this person had killed his good friend, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan and a primitive celestial alchemist, in just a blink of an eye. Lu Qing, until his death, did not react. Now, he could almost be sure that this was the case. The purple-clad young man was at least a violet sun golden celestial. "It doesn't matter who I am," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "As long as the Lu clan executes Lu Zwolin and gives me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let bygones be bygones. I believe you're a smart person, Elder Lu Qian." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The people from the Lu clan, in particular, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This person, how boastful! Not only does he want the Lu clan to execute young Master Lin, but he also wants us to give him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Even with the amount of celestial stones in the Lu clan's account, it's impossible for us to gather so many prominent celestial stones, right? If the Lu clan really wants to gather so many prominent celestial stones, it's still possible. However, we'll have to sell some of our assets. Who the hell is he? Elder Lu Qian and Elder Pang Bing, the inner court elders of the county governor's estate, are here, and yet he's still blackmailing us. Is he not afraid of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County? The group of people from the Lu family could not understand where the purple-clothed young man in front of them got his confidence from. Under such circumstances, he still dared to blackmail and extort the Lu family. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Qian was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. His aura surged as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into scorching flames that shrouded his entire body. His cries rang in the air. "Elder Pang Bing." Pang Bing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, when Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said, "If you really want to interfere in this matter, sure. However, if you do, the Pang clan will have to pay 100,000 prominent celestial stones if you want to settle this peacefully. Elder Pang Bing, you better think this through." Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing meaningfully when he finished speaking. "Who are you?" Pang Bing calmed down when he saw Duan Lingtian daring to threaten him. However, his eyes were still filled with suspicion when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Compared to you, Elder Pang Bing, I'm just a nobody." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He no longer looked at Pang Bing. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zwolin and said with a grin, "Lu Zwolin, do you think you'll be able to keep your life with Elder Pang Bing and Elder Lu Qian around?" Lu Zwolin's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with uncertainty. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would still be so calm at this moment. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background? "Uncle, this brat must be bluffing. He's trying to scare you." Pang Yuan, who was standing next to Lu Zwolin, glared at Duan Lingtian before she turned to look at Pang Bing. "That's not impossible." Pang Bing nodded nonchalantly when he heard Pang Yuan's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "However, Yuaner, the Lu clan is the master of this matter. If the Lu clan can resolve this matter, there's no need for me to meddle in this matter." Pang Bing made his stance clear after he finished speaking. He would not act rashly before the Lu clan made a move. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as soon as Pang Bing finished speaking. It was not difficult for him to guess Pang Bing's thoughts. He wanted to see if the Lu clan could deal with him. After all, Lu Qian, who was not much weaker than him, had returned. If Lu Qian could deal with him, Pang Bing would not have to make a move as well. If Lu Qian could not deal with him, Pang Bing knew he might not be able to do the same. At that time, Pang Bing could retreat in the face of difficulties. That way, he would not offend him and drag the Pang clan down with him. Facing Pang Bing's attitude, Pang Yuan still wanted to say something, but when she saw Pang Bing shaking his head at her, she didn't say anything else. However, her gaze turned colder as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. She did not care why Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. In her opinion, her son's life was the most important. Nobody's life was more important than her son's life. As long as her son was alive, she did not care even if millions of people died. Good. Very good. Lu Qian's cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian as he said in a deep voice, "Since you're so confident, let me, Lu Qian, experience your strength. I only hope your strength matches your confidence." As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he made his move under everyone's watchful eyes. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as Lu Qian made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was a short sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sword rays in his hand emitted a series of ear-piercing and short-lived sword cries as they shot out. All of a sudden, boom, 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 Lu Qian's celestial origin energy surged like a flame before it transformed into a human-shaped giant beast that was more than 100 meters tall. When the giant beast charged out with Lu Qian, it created an earth-shattering commotion. Just when Duan Lingtian thought this was the extent of Lu Qian's strength, a shocking scene unfolded in front of him. Lu Qian, who was sprinting forward, along with the afterimages of the immortal sword in his hand, actually merged with the giant humanoid beast in a flash. In the end, the gigantic humanoid beast disappeared. After that, Lu Qian's body began to swell out of control. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Qian, who was originally only 8 meters tall, grew to a height of more than 30 meters. His aura was so domineering that it blotted out the sun. It's not an illusion. His body seems to have really grown bigger. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, it was not difficult for him to discover that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. This was very similar to a real increase in size, but it was impossible for it to be a real increase in size. What a brilliant technique! Duan Lingtian knew Lu Qian must have cast some celestial method or divine ability to make Lu Qian grow bigger. It was as though Duan Lingtian, his opponent, was an insignificant ant in Lu Qian's eyes. Elder Lu Qian is using the 100 feet golden body. The 100 feet golden body is a primitive assist type celestial method that's extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's cultivated, it'll allow the cultivator's body to swell until it's 10 times bigger. Chapter 2668. So it's an assist-type primitive celestial method. Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation when he heard the discussion between the Lu clan's elders. Die, brat! At the same time, Lu Qian, who had transformed into a 30-meter-tall Lu Qian, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave was emitted from his mouth. Like ripples, it tore through the sky and engulfed everyone present. In just a blink of an eye, The sound wave shattered the eardrums of some of the weaker members of the Lu clan, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he moved his hands and slammed them toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to kill Duan Lingtian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian was about to dodge when he discovered dazzling sword rays were flying toward him like a swarm of locusts. They sealed all his paths of escape and left him with nowhere to run. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Lu Qian's palms were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. It seemed like it would not take long for his palms to land on Duan Lingtian and crush Duan Lingtian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Elder Lu Qian is going all out. It seems like he doesn't dare to underestimate this purple-clad young man. Of course. After all, this purple-clad young man killed Elder Lu Qing with just a blow. Although Elder Lu Qing isn't a violet sun golden celestial, he's still one of the strongest indigo sun golden celestials. Elder Lu Qian is indeed one of the strongest violet sun golden celestials. Even an ordinary violet sun golden celestial wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Even if that brat is a violet sun golden celestial, he'll suffer from this. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Lu clan quickly communicated with each other. However, their gazes never left Duan Lingtian and Lu Qian, as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. If you want me to die, let's see if you, Lu Qian, have the ability. Just as Lu Qian's palms were about to come together, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth again. His clear and cold voice rang out and instantly entered the ears of everyone in the air above the Lu clan's great hall. Even as the news continued to spread, the people of the Lu clan who were close to the Lu clan's main hall also heard it clearly. Whoosh! 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 Under the gazes of the crowd at the center area where Lu Qian's palms were clasped together, the place where the sword rays were imprisoned suddenly lit up with a light that was as bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was actually sword rays that were even more resplendent than Lu Qian's sword rays. The moment these sword glows appeared, they caused Lu Qian's sword glows to pale in comparison. It was like a white crane appearing in a flock of chickens. A crane in a flock of chickens. Whoosh! 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 As the white light soared, it was as if a white sun was blooming brilliantly, causing everyone present to squint their eyes instinctively. They could only see the white light through the slits of their eyes. Within the white light, there was also a series of earth-shattering, sword-whistling sounds mixed in. Before the crowd could clearly see what was happening, a shrill scream had already clearly entered everyone's ears. It was like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. That's Lu Qian's voice. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a hint of relief involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was glad that he did not make the first move. While he was rejoicing, Pang Bing's eyes narrowed as he observed everything before him. He saw that as the white light soared, tens of thousands of blazing sword rays whistled through the air. Lu Qian, who was about 30 meters tall, had his arms directly crushed. His huge body was also sent flying in an instant. He was in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! When Lu Qian stopped moving in the distance, the rest of the people also regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Qian had returned to his normal height. However, his arms were no longer there. Lu Qian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. A celestial sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing hovered by his side. Whether it was Lu Qian or his celestial weapon, they were like arrows at the end of their flight at this moment. You. Who are you? If you're from Nine Spectres County, you're definitely not a nobody. Your strength is very close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. No one below the great overarching golden celestial is a match for you. Although their battle had only been brief, Lu Qian was keenly aware of this. The purple-clad young man's strength was even stronger than Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, everyone's eyes shifted to Pang Bing in unison. After all, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Lu Qian's words were no different from belittling him and praising the purple-clad young man. I am not as good as him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Pang Bing let out a sigh. When he Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No, impossible. How is this possible? Lu Zuolin, who was originally full of confidence in Lu Qian, couldn't help but turn ashen when he saw Lu Qian lose and Pang Bing admit his inferiority. Beside Lu Zuolin, Pang Yuan's face turned ugly. She naturally knew what this meant. This meant that the reinforcements that she had brought over, as well as the reinforcements from the Lu family, were no match for this purple-clothed youth who wanted to kill her son. First uncle, second brother. Quickly inform the county governor. Pang Yuan hurriedly reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian to inform Tianju, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. In her opinion, the county governor of Nine Spectres County was a great overarching golden celestial. If a great overarching golden celestial made a move, even if the purple-clad young man was unrivaled, he would still die in front of a great overarching golden celestial. The difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was like an insurmountable chasm. Do you want to know who I am? Take your time to guess on your way to hell. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air when Pang Yuan reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian. His voice overpowered Pang Yuan's voice, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. This purple-clad young man wants to kill Lu Qian? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a myriad of sword lights whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body before transforming into more than 10 sword formation after images before fusing together in the end. Only one sword formation that shone brightly and had a surging aura was left behind as it whistled towards Lu Qian. This technique, Pang Bing's eyes widened slightly. He felt as though he had heard of this technique before. You dare to kill me. If you dare to kill me, the county governor of Nine Spectres County won't let you go. Lu Qian was severely injured at this moment. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. He panicked and used the county governor of Nine Spectres County as a shield. He wanted to make sure Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's words. The dazzling sword formation pierced through the air and killed Lu Qian in just a blink of an eye. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. You dare to kill my second brother? Lord County Governor won't let you go. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Dongping, looked at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. Until now, he was still in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to kill his second brother. After all, his second brother was not only the supreme elder of the Lu clan, but he was also an inner elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He was under the protection of the county governor's estate. Second uncle. He killed my second uncle? Lu Zuolin's face was ghastly pale, and his body trembled violently from fear. Even the strongest person in the Lu clan had been killed. How could he still be alive? My words are still valid. Kill him and give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and we'll forget about this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuolin indifferently. Didn't you say you'd spare my life if we gave you 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Why are you asking for 100,000 prominent celestial stones and killing me now? Luz Welin roared indignantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If all of you had cooperated from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to raise the price. However, all of you have wasted too much of my time. It's normal for me to raise the price. Duan Lingtian glanced at Luz Welin and said indifferently, Luz Welin was speechless. His face was ashen, and there was only despair in his eyes. At this time, who could save him? Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my county governor's mansion? A moment later, while the expressions of the people from the Lu clan were uncertain, a thunderous voice that contained a terrifying, penetrating force sounded from outside the Lu clan mansion. It came from the direction of the county governor's mansion. The voice was filled with anger. It's the county governor. Hearing this voice, the eyes of the Lu family's group lit up. The despair in Luz Welin's eyes disappeared as soon as he heard the voice. It was replaced by joy. Elder Pangbing, in the end, you still didn't listen to my advice. Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, said coldly as he turned to look at Pangbing. You're right, Pangbing. Earlier, he had seen Pangbing using a communication celestial talisman. It was obvious that Pangbing had sent the news back to the county governor of 9 Spectres County as soon as he received the news. Chapter 2669. Sir, I merely informed the county governor of 9 Spectres County about the death of Lu Qian, the inner court elder of the county governor's estate. I don't think I'm interfering in the matter between you and the Lu clan, right? A hint of fear flashed in Pangbing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him coldly. In any case, Elder Pangbing, ask the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones for me within 3 days. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on his words, he was certain Pangbing had interfered in the matter between him and the Lu clan. Therefore, he asked the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days. 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days. Pangbing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, "What a big appetite you have! What if the Pang clan refuses to give you the celestial stones? What are you going to do about it?" "Then I'll have to go and get them myself." Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently as though he was talking about something insignificant. "Humph!" Pangbing snorted coldly. Then he looked into the distance and said coldly, "If you want 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, you'll have to make it out alive today." At this moment, Pangbing could clearly sense a powerful aura coming from the direction of the county governor's estate. Moreover, the aura was so fast that it was terrifying. Even he was not as fast as the aura. He knew the county governor of 9 Spectres County was here. Although he knew he was not as strong as the purple-clad young man, he could tell the purple-clad young man was only an ordinary person. Although the purple-clad young man's strength was close to that of a great overarching golden celestial, he was not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials were also divided into different grades and ranks. Among them, yellow rank great overarching golden celestials were the weakest. The county governor of 9 Spectres County was a profound rank great overarching golden celestial who was even stronger than a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was very close to breaking through to the earth rank great overarching golden celestial. He was one of the strongest among those below the earth rank great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, in Pangbing's opinion, so long as the county governor of the county governor's manor arrived, this purple-clothed youth before them would not be able to cause any more trouble. There's no need for Elder Pangbing to worry about that. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the prefectural governor's manor as he replied to Pang Bing. He had also sensed a powerful and familiar aura. County Governor. The group of people from the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Dongping, stared in the direction of the county governor's mansion with a respectful expression on their faces. They were waiting for the arrival of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. A moment later, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the people in the Lu family's main hall to flutter. As the wind blew, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This figure that seemed to appear out of thin air was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Waves of majestic aura were emitted from his body. He was obviously a person who had been in a high position for a long time. County Governor. County Governor. As soon as the person appeared, everyone from the Lu clan bowed respectfully in the air above the main hall. Even Pang Bing bowed slightly at this moment. County Governor. While everyone was bowing, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. He smiled faintly at him and greeted him indifferently. Duan Lingtian looked as though he was greeting an acquaintance. He knows the county governor. Pang Bing's expression changed slightly when he saw the way Duan Lingtian greeted the county governor. He had a bad feeling about this. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the group of people from the Lu clan, including Lu Dongping and Lu Zuolin, also noticed the way Duan Lingtian greeted the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Their expressions changed immediately. They could tell the middle-aged man was wearing a purple robe. It seemed like the purple-clad young man knew the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Moreover, based on the way the purple-clad young man greeted the county governor of 9 Spectres County, it seemed like they were quite close. How's this possible? How? How could he know the county governor? Impossible. It's impossible. Lu Zuolin shook his head. Although he didn't want to believe it, the hope in his eyes dimmed significantly at this moment. Initially, he thought he would be able to escape when he saw the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, it seemed like that was not the case. County governor. Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan from the Pang clan, immediately stepped forward and pointed at Duan Lingtian as she said indignantly, "He's the one who killed Elder Lu Qian." Elder Lu Qian was an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. His killing of Elder Lu Qian is equivalent to declaring war on the county governor's estate. County governor, you must avenge Elder Lu Qian. You can't let him do whatever he wants. Pang Yuan said hurriedly. She pretended to be sad and indignant. When Duan Lingtian greeted Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tianjiyu had noticed him. Just as he was about to return the greeting, Pang Yuan beat him to it and said it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Lu Qian, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Qian? What a joke! If Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Lu Qian, he could easily win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion and obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the 9 Spectres County. Ridiculous! As soon as Pang Yuan finished speaking, Tianjiyu glared at her and said coldly, Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old yet. Do you think he's capable of killing Elder Lu Qian, a violet sun golden celestial? Do you think I, Tianjiyu, am a fool? When Tianjiyu reached the end of a sentence, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body began to tremble violently. As soon as Tianjiyu finished speaking, the entire place fell into dead silence. Duan Lingtian? Not even 100 years old. The name Duan Lingtian was familiar to everyone present. Duan Lingtian came from Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. 2 years ago, when he had just arrived in the county city of 9 Spectres County, He had severely injured Zhou Fei, the strongest person under the age of 109 Spectres County, in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate. After that battle, Duan Lingtian became the focus of Zhou Fei's attention. Duan Lingtian became famous after that battle and became the most popular young powerhouse in 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, are you sure? He's Duan Lingtian? Pang Bing asked as he looked at Tian Jiyu in disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to sense the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's body. If he tried, he would be able to determine Duan Lingtian's age based on the aura of Duan Lingtian's body. Of course, there's no mistake. Tianji, you replied indifferently. Tianji, you could not help but frown as he asked, Elder Pang Bing, why are you here? You're unharmed, but Elder Lu Qian is dead. What's going on? Tianji Yu's expression darkened when he finished asking the question. He's not even 100 years old. Heavens! I didn't sense his aura earlier, but now that I think about it, he's really not even 100 years old. Is he really Duan Lingtian, the most popular young powerhouse in 9 Spectres County in the past 2 years? If he's really Duan Lingtian, isn't Duan Lingtian too terrifying? He's not even 100 years old, but he's stronger than Elder Pang Bing, the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County? Earlier, Elder Pang Bing also admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Just as Tian Jiyu was questioning Pang Bing and his face darkened, the exclamations of the elders from the Lu clan entered his ears. He was completely dumbstruck as he stood rooted to the ground. Did these people just say that Elder Pang Bing was not as strong as Duan Lingtian? How's this possible? In 9 Spectres County, Elder Pang Bing is only weaker than me and Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate who passed away not long ago. He's also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. He's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Tianji, you couldn't believe it. He looked at Pang Bing, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Pang Bing knew what was on Tian Jiyu's mind when he saw the look in Tian Jiyu's eyes. He nodded bitterly. Lord County Governor, it's true that I'm not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Earlier, Pang Bing had purposely sensed Duan Lingtian's aura and confirmed that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He had also confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. How could a person who was not even 100 years old be stronger than him? Does this mean Elder Lu Qian was killed by Duan Lingtian? Tian Jiyu asked as his eyes glinted. Yes. Pang Bing nodded before he added, I can't prove this by myself. However, everyone here can testify to this. Tian Jiyu's eyes immediately shifted to Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He smiled faintly and asked Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, Duan Lingtian, did you kill Elder Lu Qian? Yes. Since he had already killed Elder Lu Qian, there was no way Duan Lingtian would deny it. Chapter 2670. Hearing Duan Lingtian admitted himself. Even if Tianjiu didn't dare to believe it, he had to believe it. Good, very good. Under everyone's gaze, the smile on Tianjiu's face only froze for a moment. Then it bloomed again and became even brighter. At the same time, it could be heard that Tianjiu's tone was full of excitement now, and there was no trace of anger at all. It was just like how Lu Qian's death was not worth mentioning compared to the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength was close to that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. In fact, in Tianjiu's heart, compared to the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength was close to that of the Almighty Immortal, Lu Qian's death was indeed not worth mentioning. After all, to him, Duan Lingtian's strength was almost on par with a Daluo Golden Celestial, which meant that it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, 9 Spectres County would get 3 mediocre-grade celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills were enough to create 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals. Compared to the 3 Daluo Golden Celestials, Lu Qian, a mere violet sun golden celestial, was not even worth mentioning. County Governor. When Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan, saw that Tian Jiyu did not intend to hold Duan Lingtian accountable for Lu Qian's death, she panicked and hastily said, Elder Lu Qian might not have contributed much to the county governor's estate in the past, but he did put in a lot of effort. Now that he's been killed, you must seek justice for him. Lord County Governor. Pang Yuan said as she knelt down in front of Tian Jiyu in the void. In fact, she was not doing this for Lu Qian. She did it for her son, Lu Zuolin. If Duan Lingtian came out unscathed today, her son Lu Zuolin would most likely be dead. Now, even the group of people from the Lu clan, led by the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had faintly realized that today's matter was already a foregone conclusion. Although their expressions were unsightly, they didn't say anything because they knew that it was useless no matter what they said. To the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian was going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that would soon be held in King Qin's mansion. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to win the competitions too. If Duan Lingtian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 9 Spectres County would receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, that could help one become a Great Overarching Golden Celestial. As Yin, as if they were the county governors of 9 Spectres County, they would not vent their anger on Duan Lingtian because of Lu Qian. Yuan Pang Bing could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Pang Yuan was still doing useless things, even though he knew that she loved her son dearly. He was deeply afraid that Pang Yuan's actions would enrage the prefectural governor of the prefectural governor's manor. Humph. Tian Jiyu snorted coldly as he glanced at Pang Yuan, who was kneeling down. I believe in Duan Lingtian. Since he killed Elder Lu Qian deserved to die. I believe he won't kill the innocent. Tian Jiyu's words expressed his unconditional support for Duan Lingtian. As for what had happened, he didn't care. Even if Duan Lingtian was powerless and killed Lu Qian for no reason, he could only turn a blind eye to it. Pang Yuan's face turned ashen when she heard Tian Jiyu's words. Duan Lingtian, will you return with me? Tian Jiyu asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to return to the county governor's estate as well. When he arrived, he was extremely furious because of the death of his county governor's estate's inner estate elder, Lu Qian. When he learned that Lu Qian had been killed by Duan Lingtian, he was no longer angry. Instead, he was happy that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Lu Qian. At the same time, he valued Duan Lingtian even more. Previously, he only thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of entering the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, at this moment, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor, you can return first. I still have some matters to settle with the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian said to Tian Jiyu. All right. Tian Jiyu nodded. In that case, come and look for me when you return to the county governor's estate. I'll wait for you in the main hall. All right, Duan Lingtian replied. Tian Jiyu glanced at the Lu clan before he turned around and returned to the county governor's estate. After Tian Jiyu left. As expected, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention in the surroundings. Whoosh! When most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, an explosion sounded. The old man, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, had appeared in front of Lu Zuolin in a flash. Bang! Before Lu Zuolin could react, the old man struck out with his palm. The terrifying energy was like a flood that drowned Luzwaline. Blood splattered in the air, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Luzwaline was dead. Lin. Pang Yuan only regained her senses when Luzwaline was killed. Her expression changed drastically as she glared at the Supreme Elder. You killed my son. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Uncle. Pang Yuan immediately looked at Pang Bing and pleaded, Yuan I beg you, kill him. Uncle, I beg you to kill him and avenge my Liner. Pang Bing sighed but did not do anything. He could understand why the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan did this. If he was in Luzwaline's shoes, he would have done the same. Are you done? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, glared at Pang Yuan and said coldly, if you didn't spoil Lin since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I couldn't bear to kill Lin so I sent a voice transmission to the Supreme Elder to kill him. It's you. Pang Yuan looked at Lu Dongping, her husband, in disbelief. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. She did not expect her husband would do such a thing. In the end, Pang Yuan was so angry that she fainted. Fortunately, Pang Bing caught her and prevented her from falling to the ground. Duan Lingtian, the Lu clan, admits defeat. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian bitterly and said, the 100,000 prominent celestial stones will be sent to the county governor's estate within 3 days. Thank you, clan leader Lu. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Lu Pingdong indifferently. He was not surprised by the Lu clan's decision. At this moment, if the Lu clan continued to be stubborn, they would only be digging their own grave. After all, even the county governor and the county governor of 9 Spectres County had expressed their unconditional support for him. Duan Lingtian did not feel sorry for Luzwaline's death at all. If it were not for his strength, he would have been killed by Luzwaline's subordinate when he left the medicinal herb store. He would not have survived until now. In his opinion, Luzwaline was furious. Luzwaline had only himself to blame for his death. Since the Lu clan had chosen to protect Luzwaline, they had to pay the price. Lu Qian deserved to die for attacking him. As for the other members of the Lu clan, he did not plan to touch them. However, the Lu clan would have to pay the price. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Our matter isn't settled yet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing, who was preparing to leave with the unconscious Pang Yuan. His eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian. Pang Bing stopped moving and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed as he said, I admit defeat today. However, the Pang clan can't afford 100,000 prominent celestial stones. At most, I'll give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, you're still trying to bargain at this moment? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he said, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Pang clan can't come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days, I'll have to ask Elder Pang Bing for advice and personally go to the Pang clan to collect the stones. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. Pang Bing's expression changed greatly. He never expected that his casual bargaining would result in such an ending. Elder Pang Bing, you should have seen the county governor's attitude earlier. Even if I kill you, he won't blame me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was no lack of threat in it. The county governor is still waiting for me. I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing deeply before he turned around and left. After Duan Lingtian left, the members of the Lu clan, led by Lu Dongping, sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not bargain with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might have asked them to hand over 200,000 prominent celestial stones as well. Many of the Lu clan's elders looked at Pang Bing with a hint of pity in their eyes. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan would suffer great losses if they were to hand over that much money, let alone the Pang clan that was slightly weaker than the Lu clan. Lu Dongping. Pang Bing did not leave after Duan Lingtian left. He turned around and looked at Lu Dongping as he said in a deep voice, "I'm here today because of the Lu clan. The Lu clan has to pay half of the 200,000 prominent celestial stones." As soon as Pang Bing finished speaking, he left with the unconscious Pang Yuan in just a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Black Dragon Army's camp in bloody Spectre City, a former captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Later on, someone brought his identity token back from the little world and became the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. An old woman with a head full of white hair, wearing a plain robe and a withered face, stood in the air. As she muttered to herself, her turbid eyes suddenly lit up. "If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who came out of the little world with Miss Bing. He's the one who took Miss Bing's virginity." Chapter 2671. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's estate, Tianjiu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, sat in the main hall as though he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, he rose to his feet as though he had sensed someone's presence. "County Governor." A voice rang from outside the main hall. A bright smile appeared on Tianjiu's face as he walked out of the main hall in a flash. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing outside the main hall and asked, "Duan Lingtian, is everything settled? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Thank you for your concern, County Governor." The purple-clad young man standing outside the county governor's estate's audience hall was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just returned from the Lu clan. When he heard what Tianjiu said, he lightly smiled and said, "With the county governor backing me up, they were very cooperative." Before he left the Lu clan, he had given Pang Bing a ridiculous price for 200,000 prominent celestial stones that the Pang clan would not be able to provide. However, he believed Pang Bing was a smart person and would definitely gather 200,000 prominent celestial stones for him. This was because the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. It was not difficult for him to guess why the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. The county governor must have thought Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. On one side was 3 mediocre celestial pills, and on the other side was an inner court elder who was still a peak golden celestial. Although he was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew what was more important. "That's good." Tianjiu nodded and led Duan Lingtian into the main hall. "Let's talk inside." After entering the main hall, Tianjiu did not return to his seat. Instead, he sat beside Duan Lingtian. His expression was grave when he sat down with Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the county governor's estate from now on." Tianjiu sighed. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. "You understand?" Tianjiu was startled. He had only thought of this after he returned. But now Duan Lingtian actually said that he understood. Facing Tianjiu's puzzled gaze, Duan Lingtian said, "From today onwards, the news that I, Duan Lingtian, possess strength close to that of a great overarching golden celestial will spread throughout the county city, and even the entire Nine Spectres County. County Governor, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you can't just order them to keep their mouths shut. After all, there's no restriction in the Devata realms like the lightning penalty, oath, in the mundane realms. Even if you warn those in the know, they can still spread the news in secret." Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he spoke up to hear. Tianjiu nodded. This was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "Once this news spreads to the Nine Spectres County, it'll spread to the other 15 counties as well. Once the other 15 counties learn that there's a golden celestial below the age of 109 Spectres County, They'll definitely make a move on me before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. At that time, the powerhouses from the other counties might not personally make a move, but they'll definitely pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse from the outside to kill me. As long as they're willing to pay, they'll be able to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than you, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Tianjiu. Yes, Tianjiu did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so thorough. He nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As long as they're willing to pay a hefty price, it won't be difficult for them to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than me. To them, you're practically guaranteed to be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That's something they don't want to see. In order to make you disappear, they might even join forces and pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse who's more powerful than me to kill you. If they hire a powerhouse who's weaker than me, it's no different from not hiring a powerhouse at all. Under such circumstances, with me in the county governor's estate, no one will be able to hurt you, let alone kill you. Tianjiu said. I've thought of all these. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's why I plan to leave. When do you plan to leave? Tianjiu asked. Of course, the sooner the better. However, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in 3 days. After all, I still have 2 debts to settle in the next 3 days. Duan Lingtian said. 2 debts? Tianjiu was taken aback. Although Tianjiu was the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he could not help but feel his lips twitch when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's words made Tianjiu speechless. You're really ruthless. 100,000 prominent celestial stones might not be enough to break the Lu clan's bones, but they'll have to sell off some of their properties to raise the amount in a short time. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. I'm afraid the Pang clan won't be able to afford it, Tianjiu said. The Pang clan won't be able to afford it. However, I believe Elder Pangbing is a wise man. He'll ask the Lu clan to share the burden with the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, with the Lu clan's wealth, it won't be difficult for them to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan will have to sell off a lot of their properties and break their bones. Tianjiu sighed. Initially, I plan to give you some celestial stones after you leave. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. With 300,000 prominent celestial stones, you won't be short of celestial stones for the time being. However, don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Tianjiu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll help you register for the martial competition of the 16 counties. All you have to do is show up when the competition begins. At that time, even if the people from the other 15 counties want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly with the people from King Qin's mansion around. That's what I think as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tianjiu and left. Before he left, he still had many things to do. The first thing he wanted to do was to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Currently, he already had a lot of medicinal ingredients for the spirit-nourishing pill. Since Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, was the primitive celestial alchemist of the Lu clan, he must have a cauldron in his spatial ring. After returning to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian took out another spatial ring from his spatial ring. It was none other than Lu Qing's spatial ring that he had casually taken after killing him. As expected, there's a cauldron. After claiming ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian easily found the cauldron in the spatial ring. Apart from that, there were also some medicinal ingredients and a few pill formulas in the spatial ring. As for the pile of celestial stones, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to look at them. Although there were many celestial stones in Lu Qing's spatial ring, it was still not enough. Compared to the 300,000 prominent celestial stones he was about to obtain from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, These celestial stones were insignificant. These pill formulas are all for primitive celestial pills. These are the pill formulas for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Among the pill formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the only one that caught Duan Lingtian's attention was the pill formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Previously, the county governor of Nine Spectres County had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. It had allowed his cultivation base to improve by leaps and bounds in just 1.5 years, allowing him to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial. When he became a yellow sun golden celestial, he had used up all the hidden spirit pills he had. It's no wonder the hidden spirit pill is so rare. As it turns out, apart from the rare medicinal herbs required for the hidden spirit pill, the celestial alchemist's alchemy skills are also very high. Due to this, the success rate is extremely low. After reading the pill formula for the hidden spirit pill, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the hidden spirit pill was so rare. He wondered why the hidden spirit pill was so much rarer than the spirit containment pill. I should try to refine the spirit containment pill first. I wonder if I can refine pills or celestial artifacts with the gray flames I extracted from the incomplete piece of metal. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he activated the celestial fire technique to mobilize the gray flame in the defective metal piece. However, just like before, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. Let's give it a try. At the same time, Duan Lingtian placed the cauldron on the table and took out a set of medicinal ingredients to refine the spirit containment pill. Then he began to refine the spirit containment pill with the gray flame that he controlled. The first time, the medicinal ingredients were burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the gray flame that Duan Lingtian controlled. It's useless. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew it was because he had not refined pills for a long time and did not have sufficient control over the flame. However, this small portion of the gray flame is indeed powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to the primitive celestial fires recorded in the memory celestial talismans. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian began to feel more confident. Therefore, he began to refine the spirit containment pill for the second time. During his second attempt, Duan Lingtian slightly controlled the flame. However, the medicinal ingredients only lasted for a short while before they were burned to ashes. Again, following that, Duan Lingtian tried for the third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time. The medicinal ingredients used to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit containment pill, were burned to ashes one after another. Fortunately, no one else was around. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for Duan Lingtian and feel that he was being wasteful. Finally, on his 13th attempt, Duan Lingtian successfully melted the medicinal ingredients into a liquid with the gray flame. Then, he placed the liquid into the cauldron and proceeded to the next step. Initially, this step was quite successful. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to condense the pill, the cauldron suddenly shook violently. Chapter 2672. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was immersed in his seemingly endless pill refinement. To him, the medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were free. He could squander them as he pleased. He was using gold and silver to familiarize himself with the method of refining celestial pills. Although Duan Lingtian had the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy skills and experience in the mundane realm's mortal continent, he could only rely on his alchemy experience in the Devata realms. As for the method of refining pills in the Devata realms, it was different from the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. Although there were differences, it was still the same. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time and wasted some medicinal herbs, he would be able to master the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. In the lowest cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was so focused on refining the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, in the latent dragon abyss, a commotion broke out as soon as someone spoke. "Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan." As soon as the news spread, the entire latent dragon abyss became lively. There were many people who were cultivating in their stone chambers, but were not in closed-door cultivation. Those who heard this also left their stone chambers and came out to join in the fun. Supreme Elder of the Lu clan, Lu Qing. As far as I know, there are 3 Supreme Elders in the Lu clan. One of them is an inner court elder in the county governor's estate. As for the remaining 2 Supreme Elders, one of them is a primitive celestial alchemist. I've also heard that there's a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. He's one of the only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. I think I've heard that the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan is called Lu Qing. What? You mean Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan yesterday? How is this possible? After all, once a primitive celestial alchemist detonates his celestial fire, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to escape death. Exactly. For this reason, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't recklessly attack a primitive celestial alchemist. Once a primitive celestial alchemist risks his life, he'll act like a madman and ignite the celestial fire in his body. There was an uproar in the latent dragon abyss. Everyone was doubtful that Duan Lingtian had killed the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan. If that's the case, why don't you think about it? If the primitive celestial alchemist detonated the celestial fire in the Lu clan's estate, wouldn't the entire Lu clan be razed to the ground? At that time, how many Lu family members will die? That seems to be the case. Even if he doesn't detonate the celestial fire, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, should be quite strong, right? Indeed, he's quite strong. It's said that although he's not as strong as the other 2 supreme elders of the Lu clan, he's still stronger than the current clan leader of the Lu clan. He's one of the best among the indigo sun golden celestials. He's only half a step away from becoming a violet sun golden celestial. An indigo sun golden celestial, one of the best among the indigo sun golden celestials, was killed by Duan Lingtian? Is this a joke? Many people were skeptical when they learned that the supreme elder of the Lu clan, a primitive celestial alchemist, was an indigo sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed an indigo sun golden celestial? This had to be a joke. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was strong and was not inferior to many golden celestials, they did not expect him to be so strong. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian was capable of killing an indigo sun golden celestial. News of this has spread like wildfire. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned from outside sighed and said, "I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, after asking around, the results were the same. In the end, I had no choice but to believe it." Soon after, a few more people confirmed the news. If this is true, then Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? It's not just heaven-defying, let alone the 9 Spectres County. Even in the history of King Qin's mansion, there hasn't been anyone who possesses such strength before the age of 100. Right? I didn't think I'd be able to witness the birth of such a monstrous genius in my life. As more and more people confirmed the news, the people in the latent dragon abyss no longer doubted the authenticity of the news. I'm not done yet. The young man who first mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed the Lu clan supreme elder, the primitive alchemist Lu Qing, continued to say, yesterday, after Duan Lingtian killed elder Lu Qing from the Lu clan, he also killed another supreme elder from the Lu clan. That supreme elder was one of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. His strength was only second to Elder Pangbing and Elder Zhang Qiu. As the young man's voice faded, the entire hidden dragon abyss fell into a deathly silence. After a while, a few people who had heard about the incident in the Lu clan nodded in agreement. "I've heard about that as well. Elder Lu Qian was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It's said that Elder Pangbing was present at the scene as well. Moreover, Elder Pangbing admitted that his strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. What's even more shocking is that before Duan Lingtian left the Lu clan, he extorted 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan. Moreover, he gave them a deadline of 3 days to hand over the celestial stones to him." As these people spoke one after another, the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss who hadn't had time to react were once again frightened. They were dumbstruck and didn't recover for a long time. How is it possible that Duan Lingtian is so strong? The first person to regain his senses had a blank look in his eyes, as if he had lost his soul, as he muttered in a low voice, "Lord County Governor doesn't care?" The second person who regained his senses asked in confusion. In Lord County Governor's eyes, Duan Lingtian is far more valuable than Elder Lu Qian. It's said that Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday and expressed his unconditional support for Duan Lingtian. That's why the Lu clan and Elder Pangbing didn't say a word in the face of Duan Lingtian's threats and extortions. Moreover, since yesterday, both clans have been selling off their properties to collect prominent celestial stones. The Lu clan and the Pang clan, are they really going to give Duan Lingtian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? This is too inconceivable, right? That's 300,000 prominent celestial stones. After everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but be shocked and let out waves of exclamations of disbelief. To them, the news was simply too shocking. In the past, they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak and was the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. His strength was heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, Qinyu, who was practicing in the second to last stone room of the latent dragon abyss, heard the commotion outside and woke up from his practice. He calmly listened to the discussion of the group of people outside. The Lu clan? They must have a death wish. Qinyu could not help but laugh when he learned about what had happened yesterday. He felt that the Lu clan was digging their own grave for provoking Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was someone who could even kill a great overarching golden celestial. The Lu clan was nothing compared to him. At this moment, the latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar because of what had happened yesterday. Even the county governor's estate was in an uproar because of what had happened. It was even to the extent that in the entire county city, so long as there were people, practically everyone was discussing this matter, and even more people were extremely shocked by the strength Duan Lingtian revealed. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Elder Pangbing, who is widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County, admitted that he's not a match for Duan Lingtian. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the Nine Spectres County. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss is unstoppable. It seems like the Nine Spectres County is going to have a great person. As the news spread in the county, most of the people in the Nine Spectres County felt proud that the Nine Spectres County had produced such a hidden dragon. Even more people were looking forward to the growth of this hidden dragon. They were curious to what extent he could grow to in the future. Naturally, there were also some people whose expressions were unsightly when they heard the news. These people were from the 15 county governor's manors under King Qin's mansion. They were in charge of monitoring the situation in Nine Spectres County. Of course, the Nine Spectres County also had people stationed in the county cities of the other 15 counties. We must report this matter to Lord County Governor immediately. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the Nine Spectres County. With him around, Chiu County will no longer stand a chance in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. When the people sent by the county governor of Chiu County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, learned about the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Lu clan yesterday, they immediately left the 9 Spectres County and returned to Chiu County. The people sent by the other 14 county governors in the 9 Spectres County also left the 9 Spectres County and went in different directions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still focused on refining pills. He was completely unaware that because of the commotion he had caused in the Lu clan, the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion would face the same fate as the 9 Spectres County in the near future. Another day and night went by. It's done. Chapter 2673. 7 Pills. The success rate is not bad. With a sweep of his empty hand, Duan Lingtian collected all the medicinal pills that were shot out from the cauldron. When he opened his palm again, he could see 7 medicinal pills with light circulating around them, lying quietly on his palm. They were the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. From now on, I can guarantee that I won't fail every time I refine a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, my success rate won't be lower than this. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian refined the cauldron spirit pill earlier, he had used the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories regarding the pill refinement technique and mastered the pill refinement technique from the Devata realms. However, despite his confidence, Duan Lingtian still tried to refine 2 cauldrons of spirit-nourishing pills. Without exception, he succeeded. In the second cauldron, he managed to refine 9 spirit-nourishing pills. In the third cauldron, he managed to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the price of a spirit-nourishing pill is set at 10 prominent celestial stones. Now, the cost of refining a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills is only 1 prominent celestial stone. For example, I used 1 prominent celestial stone to refine the spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 100 prominent celestial stones in return. Celestial alchemists are just like alchemists in the mundane realms. Both professions are extremely profitable. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the very least, I can confirm that I can only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. However, I can already use that small portion of gray flames as a primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame hidden in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the primitive celestial fire is the limit of the gray flame that I can control? If it is, then I can use the gray flame as a mediocre grade celestial fire once I can fully control the gray flame in the defective metal piece. If the primitive celestial fire isn't the limit of the gray flame that I can control now. In other words, if the gray flame I can control now can be used as a mediocre grade celestial fire to refine mediocre grade celestial pills, then once I can control the gray flame in the defective metal piece, it can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he thought to himself. However, judging from the pill refining process earlier, the small portion of gray flame that I can control is already depleted when I refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. It's impossible for it to be a mediocre grade celestial fire. This means the gray flame in the defective metal piece is a mediocre grade celestial fire. I can only extract a portion of the mediocre celestial fire and use it as a primitive celestial fire. Although I possess a mediocre celestial fire, I can only use a portion of it, since I can't use it. Currently, I'm only a primitive celestial alchemist at most. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. I don't know why I can't use all of the gray flame. After all, there are some heavenly celestials in the Devata realms who are mediocre grade celestial alchemists and possess mediocre grade celestial fire. I don't think it's because my cultivation base is only a golden celestial that I can't use all of the gray flame that's comparable to a mediocre grade celestial fire. There must be some other reason I don't know. As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, he could not help but make a bold guess. In fact, he had guessed correctly. However, he would never have dreamed that the situation would turn out this way. The gray flame was not a mediocre-grade celestial fire. It was the sun divine fire that was in its second form that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Due to his current condition, he could not fully control it. Once the godly fire of the sun left the incomplete metal piece, it wouldn't take long for it to burn Duan Lingtian's body into ashes. If Duan Lingtian wanted to fully control the second form of the sun god flame and let it leave the incomplete metal piece and exist in his body, he had to step into the perfected golden immortal realm. Only the bodies of perfected golden immortals and above could withstand the second form of the divine sun fire. In other words, it was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to master the second form of the sun divine fire that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. However, he had to raise his cultivation base to the perfected golden immortal realm first. After all, once a golden celestial became a perfected golden celestial, not only would his celestial origin energy undergo a qualitative change, but his body would also undergo a transformation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. It's been 2 days. I wonder how the Lu clan and the Pang clan are doing with the prominent celestial stones? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted. Although he had spent the past 2 days refining pills, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he still had a sense of time. There's only 1 day left before the appointed time. After I obtain the celestial stones from them, it'll be time for me to leave 9 Spectres County and have a look elsewhere. However, before that, I should inform Qinyu and Elder Jin Qiu. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer continued to refine pills and left his stone room. Qinyu. After Duan Lingtian left the cultivation stone room, he looked at the cultivation stone room on the upper level and called out to the room, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened and a figure walked out. It was none other than Qinyu, who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian. When Qinyu saw Duan Lingtian, he smiled faintly and said, Duan Lingtian, the commotion you caused 2 days ago was quite big. The Lu clan only has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. You heard about it? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who heard about it. Now, in the entire county governor's mansion, the entire county city and the surrounding areas, as long as they're not in closed-door training or not well informed. Who doesn't know about it? Qin Yu shook his head. Yes, Duan Lingtian had already expected everything that Qin Yu had said. Therefore, he was not surprised and merely nodded. Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Qin Yu and said, I plan to leave the county governor's mansion and the county city today. Perhaps I'll even leave 9 Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Is it because of your current strength? Are you worried that the other 15 counties will harm you? That's part of the reason. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's also the main reason. Moreover, I also want to go out for a walk. Previously, when I was in Bloody Spectre City, I didn't dare to go out because I didn't have enough strength. Now that I've finally gained enough strength, I plan to go out for a walk. Who knows, maybe I'll be lucky enough to come across a fortuitous encounter or something. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. How could one come across a fortuitous encounter so easily? You don't plan to come back? Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu's frown deepened. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll go to King Qin's mansion. I heard that the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great Luo pills, from King Qin's mansion as a reward. King Qin's mansion definitely won't give away ordinary items. This can be seen from the Great Luo Pills. Therefore, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Duan Lingtian smiled. Therefore, after I leave this time, we'll meet again in less than a year. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's good. I was worried that once you leave, I don't know when we'll meet again. Based on the current situation, it's indeed the best choice for you to leave temporarily. Qin Yu knew that when the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion learned about the existence of Duan Lingtian in Nine Spectres County, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had violated their common interests. With Duan Lingtian around, they would no longer have anything to do with the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This was something they did not want to see. However, you still have to be careful when you're away from home. Although you're stronger than Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, there are many people who are stronger than Zhou Tong outside of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu reminded. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at the stone room that he had been staying in recently and said to Qin Yu with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be returning to Nine Spectres County this time. In the future, you can cultivate in this stone room. With your current strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss will dare to say anything if you cultivate in this stone room. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he handed the door talisman to Qin Yu. I'm really lucky that you're leaving this time, Qin Yu said jokingly after receiving the door talisman. However, in the depths of his eyes, waves of excitement and agitation still flowed out. The cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's stone room was comparable to the cultivation environment of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu had always dreamed of cultivating in that stone room. I won't talk to you about it when I leave. I'm going to say goodbye to Elder Zheng Qiu and the county governor. Then I'll go to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect my debts. Chapter 2674. Elder Zheng Qiu. When Duan Lingtian saw Zheng Qiu again, he could see Zheng Qiu's uneasiness. He could understand why Zheng Qiu was acting this way. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person he was in the past. If Duan Lingtian had used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, when he left Bloody Spectre City with Elder Zheng Qiu and came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, his strength was on par with Elder Zheng Qiu. However, Zheng Qiu was unaware of this. Now, the news of what he had done in the Lu clan 2 days ago had spread throughout the county governor's mansion and the county city. Zheng Qiu must have found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength. He was even stronger than Pang Bing, the strongest inner court elder in the county governor's estate. On top of that, Pang Bing was stronger than Zheng Qiu. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 2 years. Your strength has even surpassed mine unknowingly. Zheng Qiu sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. It's all thanks to Elder Zheng Qiu for bringing me to the county governor's estate. If it weren't for the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're good with words. Zheng Qiu shook his head with a smile. You're chosen by City Governor Lu of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City, and another inner court elder went to Bloody Spectre City, you would have been able to come to the county governor's estate as well. Zheng Qiu knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well, so he did not dare to claim credit for it. You're here to bid farewell to me, right? Zheng Qiu asked as he narrowed his eyes. Elder Zheng Qiu, you know I'm leaving? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Lord County Governor has already told me. Based on the current situation, it's indeed too risky for you to stay. Zheng Qiu nodded. This time, once the people from the other 15 counties find out you're so strong, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with you. They might even join forces to bribe other powerhouses to kill you. After all, your presence in the martial competition of the 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion soon. Great overarching pills. Zhang Qiu said, "Perhaps I should take this opportunity to take a look around." Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, "It's rare for you to think of me before you leave." Zhang Qiu smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then he raised his hand, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Duan Ling Tian and said, "I'm sure you don't lack celestial stones. You can keep this pill." Raised was raised he. Was raised, and Zhang raised, Duan Ling Tian had raised. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Zhang Qiu said there were medicinal pills inside. "What pill is it?" Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, a medicinal pill that could be so solemnly stored in such an exquisite little box by Zhang Qiu, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was definitely a rare medicinal pill. Otherwise, it could have been stored in a pill bottle. Gilded golden pill. Zhang Qiu's eyes lit up as he said bluntly, "What?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Zhang Qiu's words. He stared at the exquisite little box in Zhang Qiu's hands in shock and disbelief. Gilded golden pill. Elder Zhang Qiu, you're telling the truth? Is this really a gilded golden pill? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he looked at Zhang Qiu again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. Although the gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, it was the rarest and most valuable type of primitive celestial pill. A golden celestial below the level of violet sun golden celestial would be able to raise his cultivation base by a level in an instant without any side effects. Naturally, there were no side effects. However, those who had consumed the gilded golden pill before would not have any side effects if they consumed it again. In other words, a golden celestial could only consume one gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base. A violet sun golden celestial could consume the gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base, but he could not directly break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. If a violet sun golden celestial wanted to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, he could only do so by consuming a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. However, if a great overarching golden celestial consumed the gilded golden pill, it would not have any effect. For this reason, the gilded golden pill was only suitable for golden celestials. As for heavenly celestials below the level of golden celestial, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal effect of the gilded golden pill. If they were forced to consume it, they would explode and die. Yes. When Zhang Qiu saw how excited Duan Lingtian was, he smiled and said, "Since your cultivation base has yet to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to improve further after consuming the gilded golden pill. Although the improvement won't be obvious, it'll definitely bring you closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial," Zhang Qiu said. At this moment, Zhang Qiu thought Duan Lingtian was already a violet sun golden celestial. He thought so because of Duan Lingtian's strength. Even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate, who was much stronger than him, felt inferior to him. "Elder Zhang Qiu, why don't you consume the gilded golden pill yourself?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited feelings before he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qiu was a violet sun golden celestial. If he consumed the gilded golden pill, his cultivation base would improve, and he would be closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, "I've already consumed one gilded golden pill in the past. It won't have any effect on me if I consume it again." Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, "Back then, I obtained 3 gilt golden pills by chance. I took one and gave it to my son, who's the current patriarch of the Zheng family. This is the only one left. Since you have 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, it's obvious you don't lack celestial stones. This gilded golden pill is the only one I have that I can give you. You can have it, Zheng Qiu said. Thank you, Elder Zheng Qiu. The gilded golden pill was too tempting for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gilded golden pill. However, in his heart, he remembered this favor from Elder Zheng Qiu. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. Once he consumed the gilded golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a green sun golden celestial. It would save him a lot of time. Duan Lingtian. Zheng Qiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had accepted the gilded golden pill. However, he hesitated to speak. Elder Zheng Qiu, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you should know that if you win the martial competition of the 16 counties, the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. 3 great overarching pills. Lord County Governor will definitely consume 2 of them himself. After all, he has been stuck at the profound realm great overarching golden celestial for many years. After consuming 2 great overarching pills, he'll be able to break through to the next stage. However, even though the prefectural governor has taken 2 great Luo elixirs, there's still 1 great Luo elixir left. I hope that during the martial competition of the 16 counties, you can advise the prefectural governor to consider giving the remaining great Luo elixir to me instead of Elder Pangbing. Zheng Qiu took a deep breath before he finally said what he wanted to say. Of course, you can just suggest it to Lord County Governor. I'll owe you a favor regardless of the outcome. Even if Lord County Governor gives the remaining great overarching pill to Elder Pangbing, I won't have any complaints. Zheng Qiu said. Don't worry, Elder Zheng Qiu. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll look for Lord County Governor as soon as I arrive at King Qin's mansion and ask him to give you a great overarching pill. If he's unwilling, I'll purposely go easy on you and give the first place to someone else. I believe he'll know what to do at that time. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. Thank you. Although he felt Duan Lingtian's actions would anger Lord County Governor, he did not say anything. He knew this was the only way he would have a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pills. There's no need to thank me, Elder Zheng Qiu. Take it as me repaying you for giving me the golden gilt pill. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile before he bade farewell to Zheng Qiu and left. After leaving Zheng Qiu's courtyard, Duan Lingtian went to look for Tian Jiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and left the county governor's estate. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the county governor's estate after leaving the 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the vast county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the county governor's estate. This was the place he had spent the most time in since he came to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. After leaving the county governor's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the 2 clans. The Lu clan is really rich. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the Pang clan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so they only gave him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial stones, it was the Lu clan who helped the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any problems when collecting the money. This was because Duan Lingtian had the county governor of 9 Spectres County as his backer. Otherwise, the Lu clan and the Pang clan would not have cooperated so well. After collecting the money, Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate. On the third day after Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate, swoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure entered the county city of Nine Spectres County and barged into the county governor's estate. Chapter 2675. I'm looking for Duan Lingtian. An old woman dressed in a plain robe stood in the air above the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County as she spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to contain a magical power that spread through the entire county governor's mansion. Everyone in the county governor's mansion heard the old woman's voice. Before the old woman spoke, even the most powerful county governor, Tianjiu, who was a great overarching golden celestial, did not notice the old woman's arrival. A commotion broke out in the county governor's mansion when they heard the old woman's words. This voice, it seems to be coming from the sky above the county governor's mansion. Based on the voice, it seems to be an old woman in her 70s. Why is she looking for Duan Lingtian? I can't tell if she's happy or angry from her tone. I wonder why she's here. No matter why she's here, the outer, inner, and revered elders won't let her go, since she's causing such a commotion in the county governor's mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. These comments were mostly made by the servants and maidservants in the county governor's manor, as well as a small number of guards with weaker cultivations. Without exception, these people were all below the golden celestial realm. At this moment, those who were golden celestials or above in the county governor's estate felt their hearts tremble when they heard the old woman's voice that came from the sky. Their hearts began to throb as well. This person is not simple. Just her voice alone can make a blue sun golden celestial like me feel this way. She's at least a great overarching golden celestial. I'm afraid even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to make me feel this way with just her voice alone. Some of the stronger guards in the prefectural governor's manor, as well as the outer mansion elders, inner mansion elders, and reverends, could tell from the voice that the owner of the voice was extraordinary. She was at least a great overarching golden celestial. In the county governor's mansion, only the county governor was capable of dealing with such a person. After all, the county governor was the only great overarching golden celestial left in the county governor's mansion. The other zenith heaven golden immortal, Zhou Tong, the former first consecrator of county governor manor, had died outside some time ago. The cause of his death was still unknown. Such an expert, if we approach her rashly, we will only offend her. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of outer court elders, inner court elders, and revered elders in the county governor's estate did not dare to rashly soar into the air and approach the uninvited guest. Whoosh! In the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County, a figure shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of the voice of the uninvited guest. At this moment, only Tianjiu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, dared to approach the uninvited guest and came out from the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This expert, could he be an expert bought over by one of the other 15 counties? Tianjiu could not help but have such thoughts when he heard that the uninvited guest was looking for Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. After all, it was impossible. What Duan Lingtian did to the Liu clan only happened 5 days ago. Unless it's a zenith heaven golden immortal, it's impossible for him to reach the county city in 5 days. Tianjiu thought to himself, even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at full speed, it'll still take about 10 days to reach the county city closest to Nine Spectres County. For this reason, Tianjiu did not think the uninvited guest was a powerhouse bought over by one of the 15 counties to deal with Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for the other 15 counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Among the 15 counties, the county with the most Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals only had 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. For this reason, it was impossible for any of the counties to plant a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in another county's county city. After all, it was a very wasteful and extravagant thing to do. Moreover, as the county governor of Nine Specters County, Tianjiyu had information about the people planted in the county city of Nine Specters County. Based on Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, the strongest person from the other 15 counties was only an indigo sun golden celestial. For this reason, he was certain the uninvited guest had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When Tianjiyu arrived near the source of the voice, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the figure in the distance. It was an old woman dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman stood there motionless like a mountain. However, Tianjiyu felt as though she had merged with heaven and earth. "You're the county governor of Nine Specters County?" All of a sudden, the old woman's turbid eyes narrowed without any warning, and she immediately met Tianjiyu's gaze. In an instant, those cloudy eyes became as bright as the stars, extremely dazzling. A terrifying aura surged out of the old woman's body as soon as she met Tianjiyu's eyes. It was as though a vast ocean had crashed into Tianjiyu's body. Barf! Almost as soon as the old woman's aura hit Tianjiyu, who had just been frightened by the old woman's bottomless eyes, suddenly trembled and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As the congested blood spurted out, Tianjiyu's body trembled violently a few times. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps in the air. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Specters County." Although Tianjiyu was furious, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After he caught his breath, he bowed respectfully at the old woman. At the same time, Tianjiyu's heart was also in turmoil. Even a peak, great, overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me so severely with just her aura. In other words, this old woman is at least an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching, heavenly supreme celestial that was even more powerful than a great overarching golden celestial. King Qin was the only person in King Qin's mansion who was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Tianjiyu shuddered when he realized the old woman was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Why would an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial come to Nine Specters County? Moreover, why was she looking for Duan Lingtian? "Where's Duan Lingtian?" the old woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at Tianjiyu. "Senior, why are you looking for Duan Lingtian?" Tianjiyu could not help but ask. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was related to an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent when she mentioned Duan Lingtian. It was clear she did not come with good intentions. It was clear the overarching, heavenly supreme celestial was looking for Duan Lingtian to kill Duan Lingtian. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. "You only need to answer my question," the old woman said coldly. Tianjiyu felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard the old woman's cold voice. "Yes, yes." Tianjiyu, who was so frightened that he sucked in a breath of cold air, quickly responded. He was as docile as a cat. Although Tianjiyu was the county governor of Nine Specters County, he had the backing of King Qin's mansion. However, the person standing before him was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was on par with King Qin, the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Even if the other party killed him, the Duke of Qin's manor wouldn't avenge him. It was impossible for King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, to offend an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial for the sake of a mere county governor. "Senior, you're late." Duan Lingtian left the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. After taking a deep breath, Tianjiu said to the old woman while trembling with fear, "He left." Hearing Tianjiyu's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. "I'll give you one more chance. Say it again. If I find out that you're lying this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The old woman's voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Senior, I'm telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did leave the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago." Tianjiyu smiled bitterly. "As for the reason why he left, I know as well. If you want to know, I can tell you now." Tianjiyu said, "Speak." The old woman's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes, like bolts of lightning intertwining together. 5 days ago, almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Tianjiyu opened his mouth. He didn't dare to hesitate and told the old woman everything that had happened in the Liu family 5 days ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. The old woman frowned slightly. That brat who defiled Miss Bing, or has such innate talent? The old woman was slightly taken aback. However, although she was shocked, the killing intent in her eyes did not reduce in the slightest. She wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. In other words, he left the county city of 9 Spectres County because he was worried that the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him. The old woman asked coldly. "Yes." Tianjiyu nodded. "Did he say he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion soon?" The old woman asked as her eyes flashed coldly. He didn't say anything." Tianji replied. Naturally, he would not tell the old woman. He had already told Duan Lingtian that he would be in King Qin's mansion in time to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He still had to rely on Duan Lingtian to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had no choice but to tell the old woman the reason why Duan Lingtian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. He knew if the old woman asked around in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she would be able to guess the reason why Duan Lingtian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he did not dare to hide the truth. Chapter 2676. As for Duan Lingtian's participation in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, naturally would not tell the old woman the truth. After all, the old woman would most likely come to King Qin's mansion and attack Duan Lingtian when the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. At that time, unless King Qin personally intervened, no one would be able to stop the old woman. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. He did not want to see that happen. After all, if Duan Lingtian died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. It would also mean that Duan Lingtian would not be able to win the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for 9 Spectres County. The great overarching pills were something he had always dreamed of obtaining. He would not allow anyone to ruin his chances of obtaining the great overarching pills, even if the person was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Humph! The old woman coldly snorted. Her powerful aura once again slammed into Tianjiu, causing him to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. His blood dyed the sky like bloody roses, dazzling and dazzling. Your cultivation base is close to that of an earth-rank, great, overarching, golden celestial. You must have been stuck at this bottleneck for many years, right? The old woman asked as she glanced at Tianjiu indifferently. Before Tianjiu could reply, the old woman continued. At this time, if you have 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it won't be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck and become an earth-rank, great overarching golden celestial. If I were you, I would definitely allow Duan Lingtian to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, you've said it yourself that with Duan Lingtian's strength, it won't be difficult for him to win the competition. That's why the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion wanted to get rid of him and prevent him from participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties after learning of his strength. The old woman finished speaking in one breath. Senior, you're right. Tianjiyu smiled bitterly and said, Of course. I hope that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, I do want the great Luo pills. However, when he left and said goodbye to me, he hinted that he didn't want to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I even told him that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, I was willing to give him one of the 3 great Luo pills. However, he didn't seem to be interested at all. He even said that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, the other 15 counties would try to harm him. According to him, if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he can still survive. Once he participates, his life may be in danger at any time, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Tianjiu said, Don't you know how to force him to stay and not let him leave? The old woman asked in a deep voice, Senior, if I force him to stay and don't let him leave, he will definitely die when the experts from the other 15 counties come. At that time, I won't be able to get anything out of it. If he leaves, even if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he might be grateful that I didn't force him. With his talent, he will have a bright future as long as his journey is smooth and he doesn't die prematurely. When he becomes stronger, as long as he's grateful that I didn't force him, he might be able to help me obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great Luo pill. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice for me. Senior, what do you think? Tianjiu's words were watertight, and he could not find any flaws in them. He had said so much because he wanted to mislead the old woman and let her know that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Otherwise, if the old woman had waited for Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. Even he would be implicated and would not be able to obtain the great Luo pills that he wanted. One had to admit that Tianjiu's flawless words were very effective. At the very least, the old woman did not doubt his words. When he left, did he say where he was going? The old woman asked in a low voice as she looked at Tianjiu. When Tianjiu heard the old lady's question, he knew the old lady believed his words. She did not think Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion. For a moment he was delighted, but he did not dare to show it on his face. When he left, I asked him where he wanted to go. However, at that time, he said he didn't know where he wanted to go. Tianjiu smiled bitterly as he said, Therefore, when he left, he was aimless. I don't know where he's going now. However, it's only been 3 days since he left, so he should still be in the 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I find out that you know where he's going, and don't tell me, you'll definitely die in the future. After the old woman finished speaking, she disappeared from Tianjiu's sight in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Tianjiu could not see the old woman at all. It was as though she had really disappeared into thin air. This old woman, I'm afraid she's not an ordinary, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. After the old woman left, Tianjiu's eyes widened in shock. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion disappeared before his eyes at the fastest speed possible, he might not be as fast as this old woman who did not leave any traces behind. Tianjiu was thoroughly shocked by the old woman's strength. I wonder how Duan Lingtian managed to offend such a person. Tianjiu smiled bitterly. Wait a minute. Tianjiu suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a person to appear in the Nine Spectres County. Could it be that his origin isn't simple either? Or perhaps he's from a powerful force and came to the Nine Spectres County because that force was annihilated, and that old woman just now was a member of the enemy force of the powerful force that had already been annihilated. The more Tianjiu thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tianjiu's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been impressed by Tianjiu's imagination. Tianjiu had such thoughts because he did not know Duan Lingtian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. I hope that old woman won't come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. If she comes, not only will Duan Lingtian be in trouble, but I'll be in trouble as well. After all, if she sees Duan Lingtian in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties, she'll definitely think I've deceived her. Tianjiu could not help but pray that the old woman would not appear in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, Duan Lingtian would be in King Qin's mansion at that time. Duan Lingtian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later, he would have been killed by the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After leaving the county governor's estate 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian had been making his way to Bloody Spectre City. He wanted to greet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, before he left the Nine Spectres County. Although Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu were not close, Lu Fenggu had indeed helped him in the past. Moreover, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provided him with the celestial fire. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to meet Lu Fenggu before he left the Nine Spectres County. He wanted to leave behind some prominent celestial stones and primitive celestial pills, the spirit-hardening pills for Lu Fenggu. High-grade celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills were easily obtainable to him now, and they weren't even worth mentioning. However, to Lu Fenggu, they were all precious treasures. I, Duan Lingtian, don't like to owe people favors. I'll leave behind some prominent celestial stones and spirit-hardening pills for City Governor Lu to repay him for telling me about the gray celestial fire. Perhaps I won't have anything to do with him in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian left the county city of Nine Spectres County and made his way to the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Lu Fenggu was overjoyed when he saw Duan Lingtian. You're all right. It was as though Lu Fenggu was overjoyed to see Duan Lingtian was fine. Duan Lingtian could see a hint of guilt in the depths of Lu Fenggu's eyes. It was as though Lu Fenggu had done him wrong. City Governor, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not understand why Lu Fenggu would lose his composure when he saw him again. Why would Lu Fenggu feel guilty? Duan Lingtian, forgive me. I had no choice. Lu Fenggu sighed when he saw Duan Lingtian did not seem to know what had happened. Then he told Duan Lingtian everything that had happened. A few days ago, an old woman came looking for you. She asked me where you were. She even threatened the lives of the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon Army. I had no choice but to tell her that you went to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. She was too strong. Just her aura alone was enough to make me kneel on the ground. I was on my last breath, and I couldn't even stand up. It felt like she was even stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2677. Stronger than the county governor. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. With his current strength, even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County. After all, not only was the county governor of Nine Spectres County stronger than Zhou Tong, the great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed, but the county governor's celestial methods and divine abilities were superior as well. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had consumed the gilded golden pill and become a green sun golden celestial, he did not dare to say he was stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County, let alone someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Old woman. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, City Governor Lu, why is the old woman looking for me? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. He had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago. Why would someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County come looking for him? I don't know why she's looking for you. However, I'm certain she's up to no good. Although she didn't show it on her face when she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes. It's obvious she wants to kill you. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Kill me? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. It was as if waves of tempestuous waves had been set off in his heart. It's been less than 3 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I've been staying in Nine Spectres County for the past 3 years. How could I have offended someone so powerful? Could it be that Yun Qinyan from the Divine Offering Land sent someone to kill me? However, isn't the passage from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed? How could Yun Qinyan send someone to kill me when he's trapped in the Divine Offering Land? Moreover, if they're sent by Yun Qinyan, there's no need for them to search for me in Bloody Spectre City, right? Duan Lingtian recalled the person Yun Qinyan had sent to the mundane realm to kill him. That person had appeared in Yan Huang realm through a tear in space. Based on his words, he had said he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If Yun Qinyan had sent someone to kill him, there was no need for him to come to Nine Spectres County. Once he entered King Qin's mansion, he would be able to locate him with just a thought. If it wasn't Yun Qinyan, who could it be? Based on what I've done after coming to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've had any interactions with experts of that level, right? Duan Lingtian could not understand why such a powerful existence would target him and even want to kill him. One needed a motive to kill someone. However, he really couldn't think of any motive that the old woman had to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 3 years. How did you offend such a powerful existence? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was completely baffled as well. He did not know how he could have offended such an existence. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? Lu Fenggu asked as he inhaled sharply. Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Put aside the fact that we're the only ones who know Zhou Tong was killed by you. We're the only ones who know I brought Zhou Tong to Bloody Spectre City and handed him over to you. If the old woman came for Zhou Tong, it's impossible for her to only target me. Moreover, she didn't make things difficult for you after meeting you. This means she's looking for me and wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian analyzed the situation. Lu Fenggu nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's analysis. Clearly, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's analysis. If that's the case, why is she targeting you? Could it be an expert hired by the other 15 counties to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. An expert hired by the other 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was stunned. Impossible. If she's hired by the other 15 counties to kill me, it's impossible that she doesn't know I'm in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, I'm afraid the other 15 county governors aren't aware of what I've done in the county city. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt it was impossible for the old woman to be hired by the other 15 counties. Duan Lingtian What are you talking about? Why would the other 15 counties hire an expert to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked. Although news of what Duan Lingtian had done in the county city of Nine Spectres County had spread throughout Nine Spectres County, due to time constraints, it did not reach Bloody Spectre City. In response to Lu Fenggu's question, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan. Apart from that, he also told Lu Fenggu the reason he had left the county city and the county governor's estate. I see, Lu Fenggu exclaimed in realization. Lu Fenggu was enlightened. He could not help but rejoice as he said, "It seems like the old lady who left our Bloody Spectre City for the county city passed by you. If that's the case, I'm lucky to have left the county city alive." As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, he could not help but rejoice. "Duan Lingtian, since you've left the county city and Nine Spectres County, why are you here in Bloody Spectre City?" Lu Fenggu asked. "I'm here to bid farewell to you, City Governor. Also, I want to thank you for telling me about the celestial fire." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. You obtained the celestial fire?" Lu Fenggu's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "Is it a primitive celestial fire?" Lu Fenggu asked again. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "Initially, I didn't know what grade the celestial fire was. However, when I tried to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, I discovered it had run out of energy. At that time, I was certain it was a primitive celestial fire. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. He didn't tell Lu Fenggu that most of the gray flames were hidden in the metal fragments, and he couldn't use them yet. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to use the remaining gray flames in the future. If he could use the remaining gray flame, it would definitely be comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, since it's a primitive celestial fire that can only be obtained by a great overarching golden celestial, it's obviously not an ordinary primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on obtaining a primitive celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Lingtian. "It's all thanks to you, City Governor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire and become a celestial alchemist." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fenggu. "What's this?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. "I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Take these as a reward for providing me with the celestial fire." Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. "When I betrayed you and told that old woman about your whereabouts, you've already repaid the favor you owed me. If we're talking about who owes you, I'm the one who owes you. You avenged my direct disciple, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude." The more Lu Fenggu spoke, the guiltier the expression on his face became. "City Governor, you didn't have a choice. I understand. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation." Under Duan Lingtian's persuasion, Lu Fenggu finally accepted the spatial ring. However, when he saw the mountain of prominent celestial stones and dozens of bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed the claim on the spatial ring. "Duan Lingtian, this is too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for yourself." Lu Fenggu handed the spatial ring back to Duan Lingtian. "City Governor, please accept it. I don't lack celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now." Duan Lingtian did not accept the spatial ring. He shook his head and said, "Now that I've achieved my purpose of returning to Bloody Spectre City, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to visit you." Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu called out to Duan Lingtian before he was about to leave. With a solemn expression on his face, Lu Fenggu asked, Don't tell me you're still going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? I've promised the county governor, Duan Lingtian said. Moreover, if I win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'll definitely be valued by King Qin's mansion. At that time, I'll be able to use the cultivation environment and resources provided by King Qin's mansion to further improve my cultivation. But if that old woman is waiting for you in King Qin's mansion, won't you be in danger? After all, she's stronger than the county governor. At that time, even the county governor might not be able to protect you. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. King Qin's mansion is filled with experts. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. It's hard to say. After all, I'm only certain she's stronger than the county governor. As for whether there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who can stop her, I can't say for sure. Lu Fenggu said with a hint of fear on his face. If she can't find you in the county city of Nine Spectres County, she'll be able to find out why you left the county city. She will most likely wait for you at King Qin's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties is held. Lu Fenggu said, unless you're certain she's not strong enough to cause any trouble in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Chapter 2678. After listening to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was impressed by Lu Fenggu's meticulous analysis of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Indeed, if the old woman was so strong that even King Qin's mansion could not defeat her, who would be able to save him if she waited for him in King Qin's mansion? That old woman. Who is she? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized the old woman's identity was not certain. Unless he could confirm the old woman's identity and strength, it would be risky for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was going to be held in King Qin's mansion. Initially, he knew the old woman's strength was on par with the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, he did not expect the old woman's strength to be stronger than the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. After all, the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion were much stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Unless you can confirm the old woman's identity and strength, I don't approve of you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added, Thank you for your reminder, City Governor Lu. After thanking Lu Fenggu, the slightly upset Duan Lingtian left in the end. However, he remembered Lu Fenggu's final words and did not dare to be careless about it. After all, his life was at stake. Sigh. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Fenggu sighed as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Unknowingly, he tightened his grip on the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll remember my words. It's best if you don't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion and stay away from the area that King Qin's mansion controls. Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian walked in the air like a shooting star toward the border of Nine Spectres County, preparing to leave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know where he was going, so he walked aimlessly. At this very moment, his mind was in a complete mess. That old woman, who is she? Since she wants to kill me, there must be a reason. However, after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've offended anyone with a backer like this old woman, right? Duan Lingtian began to recall everything that had happened since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He really wanted to know where exactly that old woman had come from and why she had come. Could it be her? As he thought about it, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed. A figure also appeared in his mind and did not disappear for a long time. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He was originally walking aimlessly on the streets of bloody Spectre City. All of a sudden, the noise and clamor in the surroundings seemed to come to an abrupt halt and completely disappeared. It was as though the people in the surroundings were being strangled and could not make a sound. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also stopped in his tracks. He realized that a group of people on the street were all looking behind him, as if there was something behind him that made them absent-minded. What's it that's causing them to be unable to make a sound? At that time, Duan Lingtian had also slowly turned around out of curiosity. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw a graceful figure in front of him. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful woman!" He thought to himself, "What a beautiful woman!" The reason why such a large street had become strangely quiet was all because of that woman. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although there was a thin veil covering half of her face, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It made one have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could only imagine how beautiful she would be without the veil on her face. As the woman walked gracefully, the crowd quietly parted to form a path for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at the woman with infatuation. It was as though the woman had some kind of magical power. If it was any other time, many men would have lustful thoughts when they saw such a peerless beauty. However, at this moment, none of the men present had any strange expressions on their faces. When they looked at the woman, apart from a brief moment of amazement, there was only reverence in their eyes. It was as though the woman was a holy being who was high and mighty and could not be profaned. Murong Bing! After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and sighed deeply. When he was in the mundane realm, he already had 2 wives and 1 confidant. He only acknowledged those 3 women in his heart. Although there were many other women around him, none of them had gained his approval. He had always treated them as ordinary friends. He had always thought he was very lucky to have 2 wives and 1 confidant. He had always hoped that his love life would be in question. He locked the door to his heart and allowed the beauties to swarm him, but he remained motionless. However, it did not cross his mind that he would fall into a trap. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Moreover, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Although they were not husband and wife in name, they were still husband and wife in reality. I'll find you. The woman I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only belong to me. Duan Lingtian. That was what Duan Lingtian had said when Murong Bing left. In his heart, he had already regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Is that old woman related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it herself. There's no need for her to send someone to kill me now, right? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he thought it was unlikely that Murong Bing had sent the old woman to kill him. If Murong Bing wanted to kill him, she would have done it herself. Even if she regretted not killing him and wanted to kill him again, there was no need for her to send someone else to do it. After all, as a woman, her chastity was very important to her. It was impossible for her to tell others that her chastity had been ruined. If the old woman didn't come for her, who did she come for? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd once again returned to a dead end, and he was completely at a loss. If the old woman really came for her, I'm afraid I can't go to the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had seen Murong strength before. She was very powerful. Moreover, Murong background was not simple. She seemed to be from a powerful sect that possessed a sect guarding celestial weapon. If the old woman came for Murong, it meant she was probably from that sect as well. It was impossible for someone from that sect to be afraid of King Qin's mansion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. The Duke of Qin's Manor was not only a general name for a faction, but also a general name for a region. It was also a general name for a vast and boundless manor. The king city of King Qin's mansion was located on a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the grassland. It lay there quietly and motionlessly as though it was asleep. This giant beast, which seemed to be asleep, opened its 4 bloody mouths at all times, allowing the passers-by to pass through it freely. It was rare to see people walking on the top of the giant beast's head. This was because King Qin's mansion had a rule in King Qin's mansion. Those who entered or left King Qin's mansion were not allowed to walk on air. They had to follow the rules and enter through the 4 gates of King Qin's mansion. King Qin's mansion was too big, and a big city meant a lot of people. When there were more people, it would naturally become chaotic. In order to better maintain the security of King Qin's mansion had set up such a rule. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the sound of wind whistling. 2 groups of people came from 2 different directions. They came to the east gate of Royal City, and the number of people was about the same, a total of more than 30 people. The 2 groups of people were led by a middle-aged man who exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. When the 2 groups of people arrived at the eastern gate of King Qin's mansion, they flew down together. They did not dare to violate the rule of not allowing people to enter or leave King Qin's mansion. County Governor Tian, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you outside King Qin's mansion. One of the middle-aged men said to the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was addressed as County Governor Tian was none other than Tian Jiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from the 2 inner mansion elders and a few revered elders, the rest of the people behind Tian Jiu were all young men who were younger than 100 years old. There were 29 of them in total. One of the new faces was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized him immediately. Chapter 2679. Among the 29 young men, Qin Yu, who was familiar with Duan Lingtian, was among them as well. However, as Qin Yu stood outside King Qin's mansion's royal city and looked at the majestic royal city, his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to be in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prefectural Governor Wang. Tian Jiu smiled faintly in response to the newcomer's greeting. The person whom Tian Jiu addressed as Prefectural Governor Wang was Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Similar to Tian Jiu, Wang Qiling had come to King Qin's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Behind Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, were few of his trusted subordinates. The rest of the 30 young men were all young men. These youngsters stood there and stared at Qin Yu and then behind Tian Jiu like tigers eyeing their prey. To them, the young men behind Tian Jiu were their competitors in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Only by defeating all of them would they have a chance to stand out and obtain a good ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Prefectural Governor Tian, you seem to have brought one person with you. After a while, Wang Qiling's gaze swept across the 29 youths behind Tian Jiu. Finally, his gaze landed back on Tian Jiu, and he stared deeply at him. There's one more person who went out to train. He'll be here when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Tianjiyu said indifferently. Went out to train? Wang Qiling narrowed his eyes when he heard Tianjiyu's words. He asked tentatively, County Governor Tian, don't tell me you're referring to Duanling Tian, the young powerhouse who's famous in the 9 Spectres County? Tianjiyu smiled proudly at Wang Qiling's question. He did not answer Wang Qiling directly. Prefectural Governor Wang will be entering the city first. Without waiting for Wang Qiling's reply, Tianjiyu led the group of people behind him into King Qin's mansion's royal city. Only Wang Qiling was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Lord County Governor. At this moment, an old man standing behind Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the person Tianjiyu mentioned is Duanling Tian. Who else could it be other than Duanling Tian? Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, Initially, when I found out there's only Duanling Tian in 9 Spectres County, who's almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, I met with the county governors of the other 14 counties. We spent a large amount of supreme celestial stones to hire a heaven-rank, great, overarching golden celestial to kill Duanling Tian in 9 Spectres County. However, when the powerhouse arrived at the 9 Spectres County and searched the entire county, he couldn't find Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had already left 9 Spectres County and successfully evaded the powerhouse's pursuit. Less than a year ago, the people that Fair Mountain County had planted in the county city of 9 Spectres County reported back to Fair Mountain County about a golden celestial who was not even 100 years old and whose strength was almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, he realized the severity of the matter. He knew that if the powerhouse was not killed, the 30 young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County would no longer be able to claim first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This meant that the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, would no longer have anything to do with them. This was not something he wanted to see. It was not something that the people from the other 14 counties wanted to see. For this reason, the 15 county governors of the 9 Spectres County, including him, had decided to spend some supreme celestial stones to hire a powerhouse who was stronger than Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, to kill Duanling Tian. However, the powerhouse had gone to 9 Spectres County. Alas, the target had disappeared. Actually, if we had a young powerhouse like Duanling Tian in Fair Mountain County, we would have used the same method to protect him. A middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qiling said with a wry smile on his face, Actually, when Lord County Governor said you and the other 14 county governors were going to invite a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian, I knew this would happen. Humph. Another person behind Wang Qiling snorted and said, Do you think Lord County Governor doesn't know about this? If there was even the slightest possibility, Lord County Governor would have joined forces with the other 14 county governors to hire a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian's existence has seriously affected the balance of the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. However, since Duanling Tian is still alive, as long as he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely be able to claim first place. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Indeed, the others agreed as well, although Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had the same opinion. He was still slightly bewildered. However, he knew that it was useless for him to be bewildered. After all, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the king city of King Qin's mansion was filled with young powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 days. Due to the arrival of the 16 powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the king city that had been bustling with noise and excitement for more than half a month suddenly became quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. in an inconspicuous inn in King City. The county governor of 9 Specters County only brought 29 people? In a spacious room, an old woman dressed in a plain long robe asked in a deep voice as she looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. If Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Specters County, was here, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man as Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, whom he had met at the entrance of King City. As the county governor and lord of Fair Mountain Prefecture, Wang Qiling was extremely humble and respectful in front of the old lady. His humble attitude was comparable to how he treated King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Qiling said, "I think Tianjiyu left the last spot for Duan Lingtian, who has been missing for almost a year. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to capture Duan Lingtian in King Qin's mansion this time. However, if Duan Lingtian appears after the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to capture him. At that time, the powerhouses from King Qin's mansion will definitely step in to protect Duan Lingtian." As Wang Qiling spoke, he voiced out his concerns. "Humph." The old woman snorted coldly. Her voice was so cold that it made Wang Qiling, the dignified Fair Mountain County's county governor, feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion steps in, he won't be able to protect Duan Lingtian unless he has a death wish. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, her tone was not only cold, but also domineering. It was as though if King Qin dared to step in to protect Duan Lingtian, she would ask for King Qin's name. Gasp! Wang Qiling could not help but gasp when he heard the old woman's words. He looked at the old woman respectfully. In the past, although he knew the old woman was powerful, he did not expect her to be more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. However, based on her words, it seemed like she was more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. How could he not be shocked? As far as I know, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held in King Qin's mansion. The venue is not open to the public. Think of a way to bring me in. I don't want to alert Duan Lingtian before the martial competition of the 16 counties ends. I don't want Duan Lingtian to appear." The old woman said nonchalantly, "Yes." Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then he asked, "Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you don't, I'll take my leave. Go." From the beginning until the end, the old woman did not even bat an eyelid. It was as though she could not be bothered to look at Wang Qiling. 3 days later, the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion arrived as scheduled. On the surface, everything seemed normal and calm. However, as the days passed, the martial competition of the 16 counties became more and more intense. It was nearing its end. Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Specters County, became anxious. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian appeared yet? If he doesn't appear soon, the martial competition of the 16 counties will be over. At this moment, Tianjiyu felt as though he had been stood up by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, is he all right? On the other hand, Qinyu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but feel worried when he saw that Duan Lingtian had not appeared. He was worried that something had happened to Duan Lingtian, and that was why he did not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph! Pang Bing, the first inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion of 9 Specters County, snorted and said, "I don't think Duan Lingtian is coming. What an ingrate! Back then, the county governor's mansion spent so much effort to nurture him. How could he not show up at such a critical moment? Elder Pang Bing, you can't speak carelessly. Perhaps Duan Lingtian encountered something and couldn't leave, so he couldn't make it in time?" Zhang Qiu defended Duan Lingtian. "Couldn't make it?" Pang Bing sneered. "That's a good excuse. However, even if he encountered something important, Could it be more important than participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, we're talking about 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. If he didn't show up today, not only would our 9 specters county miss out on the 3 great overarching pills, we wouldn't even be able to obtain a single great overarching pill. Pang Bing's expression darkened when he reached the end of his sentence. That's enough. Why are you arguing? Chapter 2680. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the top 10 contestants would fight each other. Of course, it was hard to say whether these 10 strongest people were the ones who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. This was because there were still many young experts from the 16 counties who had yet to make a move. King Qin's mansion had set a rule for the martial competition of the 16 counties. In any of the 16 counties, they could choose one person as their trump card to fight for the top 3 positions in the martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion had set this rule so that the strongest young expert from each of the 16 counties would be in the best condition to fight for the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if the young experts from the 16 counties did not even make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, their counties would be punished. They would have to pay 3 times the usual amount of prominent celestial stones every year for the next 10 years. Of course, if any of the 16 counties were not confident, they could choose not to keep their trump cards. King Qin's mansion would not force them to do so. However, if any of the 16 counties kept their trump cards, they would have to follow the rule set by King Qin's mansion. If they did not make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would have to pay more celestial stones every year. Among the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, 3 of them were not confident in their young experts and did not keep their trump cards. As for the other 13 counties, they had all kept their trump cards. This included 9 Specters County. 9 Specters County's trump card was Duan Lingtian, who had yet to show up. If Duan Lingtian did not show up today and did not make it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would be considered absent and would be automatically excluded from the top 10. 9 Specters County would also be punished. Therefore, the people of 9 Specters County were very anxious these 2 days. It's the last day. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Could something have happened to him? Qin Yu was the only contestant from 9 Specters County who had made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, the top 10 was not enough to make the people of 9 Specters County happy, because there were still 13 contestants who had not shown up yet. Moreover, 12 of them were the trump cards of the other 12 counties, and their strength was not inferior to Qin Yu. Only the top 10 contestants who made it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it did not mean that he would stay there forever. Qin Yu's Specters County, Specters of the 16 Specters of the 16 Specters County. Qin Yu's Specters County Specters. However, at this moment, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. County Chief Tian. At this moment, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, arrived next to Tian Jiu, the county governor of 9 Specters County. He said with a faint smile on his face, "The trump card of 9 Specters County should be Duan Lingtian, right? However, it seems like he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left the county city of 9 Specters County about a year ago. Did he die outside during this time?" The smile on Wang Qiling's face grew wider and wider as he asked, "The martial competition of the 16 counties, isn't it still ongoing?" Tianjiu narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you can't wait for Duan Lingtian to show up. It seems like you don't have much confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County." Towards the end, Tianjiyu's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yang Jin was Fair Mountain County's trump card in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and he had not shown up yet. Although Yang Jin had not shown up yet, his strength was widely acknowledged in Fair Mountain County. He might not be as strong as Duan Lingtian, but his reputation in Fair Mountain County was on par with Duan Lingtian in Nine Specters County. If it's someone else, I wouldn't have no confidence in Yang Jin. However, if it's Duan Lingtian, I don't have much confidence in Yang Jin. It's not just Yang Jin. I believe the other trump cards from the other 11 counties don't have confidence in Nine Specters County's Duan Lingtian as well. Wang Qiling was not angered by Tianjiyu's words. Instead, he continued to say, after all, Duan Lingtian from Nine Specters County displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in the Liu clan in Nine Specters County about a year ago. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in Nine Specters County, admitted that he's no match for Duan Lingtian. How can I have confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County if he's the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in Nine Specters County? After all, Yang Jin's strength is far inferior to Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in Nine Specters County. Not only did Wang Qiling acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, but he even praised Duan Lingtian's strength. If one did not know better, one would think that Duan Lingtian was one of Wang Qiling's subordinates and not from Nine Specters County. The strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Specters County was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had left Nine Specters County a year ago and had not been heard from since. County Chief Wang, you're quite self-aware. Tianjiyu did not know how to respond to Wang Qiling's words when he heard Wang Qiling praising Duan Lingtian. He looked at Wang Qiling intently before he said, "You're right." County Chief Tian, don't tell me Duan Lingtian from Nine Specters County is already here? Did you hide him? Wang Qiling looked deeply at Tianjiyu and asked with a deep and meaningful tone, "County Chief Wang, you seem to be very interested in Duan Lingtian." Tianjiyu replied, "Of course. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The other 14 county chiefs are also very interested in Duan Lingtian. It's said that even Lord King Qin from our King Qin's mansion has mentioned Duan Lingtian before." A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Qiling's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "County Chief Tian, I'm really curious. Is Duan Lingtian here?" Wang Qiling asked again. He did not notice that his tone was slightly anxious when he asked this question. It was as though he wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was here or not. "County Chief Wang, didn't you say that Duan Lingtian might have perished outside?" Tianjiyu asked nonchalantly. "I was just joking." Wang Qiling's expression froze when he heard Tianjiyu's words. He could not help but smile awkwardly. "County Chief Wang, if you want to know if Duan Lingtian is here or not, you'll find out in the afternoon. Today, the top 10 and top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be fighting." Tianjiyu said nonchalantly, "If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, he'll definitely show up in the afternoon. However, I think, County Chief Wang, you don't want him to show up, right?" A hint of mockery could be seen in Tianjiyu's eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. "Of course not." Wang Qiling shook his head and smiled. "I'm looking forward to his appearance. Although I know he'll definitely be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm still curious. He's not even 100 years old, and he's the strongest person in Nine Specters County below the age of great overarching golden celestial." Wang Qiling's words were sincere. It was as though he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, was that really the case? County Chief Tian, the battle for the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties is about to begin. The trump cards of each county are about to be revealed. I'll return to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County are. Wang Qiling bade farewell to Tianjiyu before he left. "I won't see you out." Tianjiyu glanced at Wang Qiling's back and said slowly, "You're a genius." After Wang Qiling left, Tianjiyu could not help but feel a sense of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Today was the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, until now, he still did not see Duan Lingtian at all. It was as though Duan Lingtian had not arrived in King Qin's mansion at all. On the other side, after Wang Qiling returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fairmount County were, he walked up to a skinny man in a gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. Wang Qiling said respectfully through voice transmission, "Senior, I've tested Tianjiu, but I didn't get anything out of him. He's very cunning. He's always trying to change the subject." Wang Qiling replied through voice transmission, "It doesn't matter." An old man replied calmly through voice transmission, "Today is the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian is here, he'll show up in the afternoon at the latest. If he doesn't show up, it means he has no intention of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties." "Who's that?" The few elders and honorary elders who had followed Wang Qiling to King Qin's mansion saw their prefectural governor standing beside the mysterious man in the gray robe. They could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They were curious about the identity of the man in the gray robe and why their county chief treated him in such a manner. This man, could he be the person Lord County Chief hired to kill Duan Lingtian? An elder from the Fair Mountain County's County Chief's mansion guessed in a low voice. "That's impossible," another elder said. "If Lord County Chief hired someone to kill Duan Lingtian, Lord King Qin would not let Lord County Chief off so easily. After all, this is King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian hasn't shown up yet. He might not come. If he doesn't come, Yang Jin has a high chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.